Invited for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask the City Clerk Rodriguez to please call roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon,
Present.
Councilmember Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst,
Present.
Councilmember Kim, Councilmember Ford, Councilmember Douglas,
Here.
Mayor Huseman. Mayor Pro Tem, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion to excuse the members not present. Councilmember Hurst,
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. City.
7-2.
Thank you. At this time, please join me in a moment of silence and pledge allegiance. Excuse me, we're doing a moment of silence for. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation. At this time, do any council members wish to amend the agenda? At this time, I need a motion and second to adopt the agenda. Councilmember Hurst,
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion passes, what is this?
7 ayes and 2 excused.
Thank you. Now moving on to public comment. All public comment except for those on public hearings will occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Public comment cannot occur before the time started on the agenda. The estimated time on the agenda for citizen communication is 6 p.m. The time now is 6:03 p.m. Council members may address public comments during administrative business. Tonight, we do not have any virtual speakers. Now we will move on to our in-person speakers. At this time, I'm going to ask the city clerk to assist on his list of public speakers.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. First speaker tonight is going to be Rudy Ward.
Hello? Yep, it's on. Sorry. All right. So you ready? I've never done this before, so sorry. So today I came here because I've had multiple issues in the last month on the homeless problem. Even today, I was assaulted 10 times by one person at King Soopers, threatened to bash my head in with a rock. And I was man enough to walk away from this situation today. We've had people in the park next to my house with knives threatening to kill the kids and people in the parks. This homeless problem needs to be addressed by our city council. It's out of control. And I'd hate for it to get to a point where other people need to get involved if you guys don't. Because I've worked with the homeless for years. I went down to Denver and fed the homeless. I've taken them clothes. My motorcycle group, that's what we did, homeless and orphans. And it's just, my neighbor said that he took his granddaughter to the park, and now there's needles all in the park over there at the Veterans Park. That's for veterans, not for homeless people to be living in. We need to do something about it. And I apologize for I don't know about your moment of silence before we pledge allegiance to our country. That silence should be after we pledge allegiance, because my allegiance is to them, not to anybody else here. And the silence, I don't even know what you're holding silence for. You guys don't even tell us what's the moment of silence for. For our city that's going downhill? I don't know. I'm sorry about that. But the other problem I have, and I've talked to someone about it, and it's not, I'm trying to get some other people to hear it. I live on Oneida Street. You put up a stop sign on Olive. I don't have a speed bump. Now it's a racing up my street every day. They race up and down my street now because there's no speed bumps. Nothing's slowing them down now. On Olive Street, they got 2 of them, and everybody decides to turn on my street now. And I hope you guys can come together on this, on a bunch of these problems. I know you want to build a homeless shelter down here. I know helping people, we need to help people, but we don't need to just enable people. And by building a shelter, you're not helping them. It's not helping them at all. They have drug problems and mental problems. And like I said, I've spent years out there with these people. And this new group that we have is not the same homeless people from 5 years ago. These people are out of control. I go into King Soopers and I watch the theft. Every single day I watch that theft. And today I called out someone and told him to stop stealing, and then he assaulted me, which I walked away from today, and I'm glad I did, because I would probably go to jail, not him. But I thank you for your time today, and I appreciate it, and I apologize for saying pledge allegiance out of turn. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Thelma Cole.
Hello, City Council and City. I'm Thelma Cole at 5841 East 67th Place. I'm here to ask this question on this shelter. It says it's proposed you can only be done south of 88th. Why? If you're getting money from the federal government, do they put a certain street that you can use the money on, or is this the city's idea?
Ms. Selma, we can have you someone from staff will be in contact with you.
Okay,
Is that all you had?
yes, for now.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you.
Next up, we had Jackie Valdez. Next up, we have Joy Bishop.
Good evening, council, staff. My name is Joy Bishop. After it was announced in one of the council sessions that there were 2 trailers with yard work equipment in them that we could borrow, I went the route of trying to find out how to apply for it and how to get to those mowers and things so that we could use them. It was kind of a challenge, but I did finally go out to the Rosemary Center and fill out the application on a computer out there. And then I used the mower and the weed eater and the blower. And I cleaned up my yard and got it all perfect. Everything worked really well. They're all battery powered. equipment, but the mower really attacked the larger weeds and took them out. So I was impressed. There's a few glitches still that they need to work out on the access to it, filling out the app and the returning of the tools. But it was great. So I thank the city for having this service available to us. And also, I have a question on the resolution 091. Why are we giving over $3 million back to Adams County when we could use that for a women's homeless shelter or some kind of a project here in town that would help our homeless people? Why are we giving this money back? I don't understand.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next on the list is Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, Council. Jacqueline Valdez, residing at 6796 Albion Street. Couple of topics. One of them is the homeless and the situation that we've had in that area. Of course, we have it all over Commerce City. The theft, them coming into your property and taking things that doesn't belong to them. Consistently, we've had to notify the police department to have the police department out there in our area because either they're violating and parking their vehicles near the school zone area where the children are going to school. Plates, no plates on them or anything else. That's part of the problem. But the biggest problem is that, we've literally seen them stealing. We haven't seen them stealing it directly out of the yard, but we see them as they're going down the street, stealing bikes and stuff. On Colorado Boulevard, south about 3 houses in behind the houses on Colorado Boulevard, we've had a couple of the motorhomes and trucks and stuff there. The other day I drove by and they actually had a little trailer behind it that had a bunch of the bikes on the back of the trailer. The ones that we've been seeing, they've been taking a child's carrier and putting the bikes on the carrier and pulling it down the street. So, my question is what do we do about this? I don't sleep very much at night anymore. I'm up and down of all hours of the night because, of course, my female, she can actually hear them when they're outside. It's not only the issues of the big trucks coming down through consistently that's still happening, but these people are actually going and stealing out of people's yards. And so even the neighbor, a bike was left on the neighbor's side of the house, contacted the police department. They came out, said, well, we can't take the bike because we don't know for sure if it's stolen or not. It's not registering that it's stolen right now. Well, later on that morning, they came and the homeless took the bike. There was one guy that was actually circling around as the officers were there, looking at the bike. So we kind of had that indication that, they had stolen it and dropped it off because they probably didn't have enough room, in the back of the carrier because we've actually seen them dragging it. So, that's part of the problem. I know they need help. I've seen quite a few of them and I've talked to quite a few of them, and I know they do need help. But the biggest thing is they don't trust Commerce City. They don't trust anybody. That's the biggest problem. So, my suggestion is maybe we can get a group together that can go out and actually, part of the city officials, and actually talk with them and say, hey, you know what, we have this money, we can help. Instead of just sitting on this money that we supposedly have and that is not helping them. So, maybe that's just a suggestion. We have all kinds of things in the park and music in the park and, all that other stuff. Maybe we can take a little bit of our time and go out and start talking to them and say, hey, you don't got to steal, like I said, I've had my backyard broken into. If they would have just walked up and knocked on my door and asked, hey, can I have that scooter back there? I would have said, go ahead and take it. If you need it that bad, take it. Don't steal from me. You know, don't make me sit and worry all hours of the night of what you're gonna come and steal out of my yard next. You know, and I mean, they've been scoping my yard. I've actually seen them on the camera where they've actually been scoping my yard again. So, you know, I'm just, you know, I complained and complained and complained about having you guys come out, and the next time that you get some time to come out, I would really appreciate meeting up with you and taking around the area and actually giving some insight to what some of the things that needs to be done in that area. But until then, you know, maybe we can all get together and try to do something for them, you know. I mean, it's getting pretty bad, and it's very untrustworthy with these people because you don't know what they're going to do, you know. You don't know what drugs they're on or what kind of alcohol they're on or anything else for that matter. So, you know, it's your life against theirs, and they're trying to thrive one way or another. You know, whether it be stealing or whatever, they're still trying to thrive. So, you know, I'm asking for maybe us all to get together and do some little community work here. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next up, we have Shirley Henney.
Hello, my name is Shirley Henney, and I live at 6390 Olive Street. The reason I'm here tonight is about street cleaning. I haven't seen the street cleaner person in 2 months. I did see him when they were repaving Olive on the north side, but I didn't, you know, the storm drains are completely full of debris on 64th. If you go on 60th, you see a lot of them full of debris. I do go and pick up a lot of trash. I try to clean the storm drains around my house, but I shouldn't have to be up here asking where the street cleaner is, you know? And when they repaved that part of Olive, I got caught with a lot of gravel, sand that came onto my side of the street. I have to sweep it up. I have to bring out the trash can, put it in bags. I shouldn't be doing that. And there's still a lot of gravel out there. And they said they were supposed to clean it up. I mean, they did a nice job putting in the four-way stop sign, but where is the street cleaner? Do you have an answer? You know? And if you go down 60th by KFC, look at all the debris on the streets there. It's terrible. It looks like we live in a third world country right here in this part of town. I mean, I walk and I pick up trash. I take a trash bag, but you know, do you have an answer for me where the street cleaner is? I didn't see him last month, you know. When I have to go across the street at the church and clean out those storm drains, you know, and I have to do a lot of sweeping because I have a lot of yard waste myself, so they won't get in the storm drains. But, you know, when I went to a reunion to Music in the Park, I didn't see that on the streets. I saw they were clean. And they said the reason they're that way is because they pay union, you know, dues for their homes and that. I mean, we pay a lot of taxes in this part of town. So I just was wondering what's going on. And the speeding. You know, they need to put more speed limit signs right out here on the streets. Because just coming over here tonight, I'm going 30, and those cars are right behind you honking because you're not going fast enough. So I was just wondering, can you tell me when the street cleaner's going to come?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. We can have you follow up with the appropriate staff, and they'll get your information.
Are they going to help me?
Yep, they will try their best. Thank you for coming out tonight.
That's what we pay taxes for, right? For the street cleaner. So who do I talk to?
The next speaker will be Troy Younger.
Hello, everyone. So I'm going to start with just a little introduction of what my experience with dealing with homeless. My wife and I, did someone say something? Oh, I'm sorry. My wife and I ran a small, ran a soup kitchen at a church in Federal Heights for 7 years. So we've became familiar with the layers and the kind of nuance with homelessness. One of the things that I think the city makes a terrible mistake on, and just in general, we make a terrible mistake on, is when we treat homelessness as just this one big group. They're all the same, because they're not. We've got traditional homeless, what I kind of call drug zombies, addicted zombies. We've got people who are dealing with various mental health issues, economic issues. And then we've got the group that gets called campers or consider themselves home free, who have chosen to live, to make that a lifestyle choice. They really are a vast majority of who we're dealing with. And they are resource vampires. They are not a part of the community. They know where things are, they know where things are available, they know what times are available, and they know how to get to them all. So in that sense, they really don't need the city to step up and help them out. As a matter of fact, like I said, they're resource vampires. They're keeping those who really need the resources from getting them. So I just want to make that point before I read this. The ARPA survey ended here recently. There are some questions and some concerns within the Core City community. I'm going to try to blow through some of these in about a minute. Most of these are going to deal with the bridge housing. Bridge housing can be provided via hotels, private, public landlords. The only hotel in the south part of the city is going to be the new Woodspring Suites that is being built on the Darg track. Is the city going to partner with Woodsprings and make that essentially a homeless access center, resource center? Denver is already, I mentioned this last week, Denver has bought the old Best Western Hotel at Quebec and I-70. They are going to call it this is a lovely description of it, a permanent supportive housing. It kind of sounds like they're already doing this. I don't know why we need to do it too. Short-term continuous stay accommodations to help bridge the gap for homelessness to permanent housing. A 90-day stay, is just being clean of drugs going to be required? Is employment going to be required? 90 days isn't a long time to be consistent, but it's a start, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The last speaker will be Randy Wolf.
All right, council people. I've lived in Commerce City on Grape Drive, just off of Parkway, for 45 years, from 1978. So I'm not some new person just moving in and seeing this thing going on. So I'm kind of an established citizen. But first of all, was party to a witness of action between the little park ranger who had called someone, I don't know whether it was from the city or the county, to come help this little old lady that is hunched over with a walker. And I wasn't there beyond that, but he went over and talked to her, so whatever. And a couple days later, I seen the little gal again with her partner, and I motioned her over and I said, well, how did it come out with that? Talking to her. And she referred to it as, the little old lady pretty much told her to go to hell. She didn't want any of the services, didn't want to go anywhere, didn't want anything. Absolutely disconnected from everything. She wanted everybody to just leave her alone. And I'm sure that's party with a whole lot of those homeless people. That seems to be their norm. If they really truly wanted help, they know where they can get it. They could ask anybody, ask a police officer, go in the rec center and say, I would like to have some help. Well, we can get you some help, whatever. So the homeless deal is not a great thing to provide them places to stay, which is part of it. How much is it going to cost to house each one of these? You all want to build tiny houses. Where and when are they going to be? How much is each one of these houses going to cost? Is this going to be almost a prison setting? Is it going to be fenced off, or are they going to be allowed to just run amok wherever they want? And who's going to oversee these houses? And I've seen several places they merely bring shopping carts that they've stolen from Walmart or whatever, and dollar store, various colors of them, and they get done with the trash that they don't like. I've seen them overturned in parks, along the streets, along the highway. They don't care where they dump their trash. So I can imagine what this tiny house situation is going to turn out to be. It's just about it. It's going to be a filthy mess. So then we brings it to number two. Who's going to pay for the cleanup of all this when they pile all their accumulated earthly properties around these homes and they've run out of their, 90 days that you're claiming? Who's going to go back in and clean that? Oh, well, that's going to have to be some city people, correct? Some city workers. Well, all right, who's paying these city workers? Why? I don't want any of that. I have enough time, hard enough time where city workers and the fewer that they are with what they need to do. And then next thing is sanitation. Obviously, these little houses are not going to have toilets in them or things like that. So that means it's going to have to be a porta potty situation to take care of that if they're willing to even do that. All right, now we're talking about sanitation, which means you're going to have to contract with Waste Management and or some place that handles these sanalets to come clean that out. There's more expense. And electricity, they're not going to just sit in the dark. They're going to want lights at night, or heaven forbid, candles, and wind up burning their places down. Heat supply, what about in the wintertime? What's going to be with that? That means we're going to have to supply them with propane. A lot of them I've seen have propane tanks they've been running around with. So apparently that's what they use them for. I don't think they're using sterno or candles. So they're going to want heat and electricity. And then the effect on the neighbors that where and when you put these in, how are the other people that are going to be across the street from them going to feel about this? The way I understand, you want to build it up by the RTD park and ride there on about 71st Avenue or about 70th or 71st Avenue. Yeah, I'm sure their RTD riders are really going to be more than welcome when they get assaulted and or are harassed for money or whatever there at that point. So you're just, this homeless deal is not working out. I've read some of the things that you put in your post out paperwork, but as far as I'm concerned, they need to keep them out of Commerce City. If they're bad enough the way it is, we don't need to bring any more of them in them. Don't need to give them something to draw that much more. Just like putting sugar out for flies. Once you do that, you're going to get a whole bunch of them. They'll continue to come here because they can get something for free. All right, I've said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That was the last speaker signed up, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. At this time, would our city manager, Mr. Rogers, like to add anything?
Thank you, ma'am. Just as a point of clarification, it appears that some of the reference today was made from the survey that we put out over the course of the better of 2 months, identifying potential options and how we could utilize the remaining $7 million for those ARPA funds. I will say this, there has been no determination made as to how council has given guidance or direction on the use of that $7 million. The ARPA survey closed this past Friday, in which we are asking our vendor to pull the data so that we can have that by the end of this week, so that we can present that back out to the community, but also to the council, so that at a future meeting, we can discuss what guidance and direction you would like for us to utilize those funds. Additionally, you will have an additional update from today's budget discussion that talks about a most recent interim rule that we're still exploring and discussing that broadens the use of those funds. So there's more discussion and more decisions to be made on that, but we have completed the first step, which was to gain feedback from the community, and that is where we are at today.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Moving on to proclamations. National Hispanic Heritage Month in Commerce City. At this time, I would like to invite the City Clerk Rodriguez to read the proclamation.
Whereas Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month each year by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the observation started in 1968 and was expanded in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th. And whereas Hispanics have had a profound and positive influence on our country through their strong commitment to family, faith, hard work, and service, they have enhanced and shaped our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their community. And whereas these positive contributions are evident within the Commerce City community, where thriving businesses, cultural arts, and neighborhoods exist, creating a meaningful social fabric of which all residents can engage and learn. Now, therefore, it is hereby proclaimed that the City Council of Commerce City declares September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as National Hispanic Heritage Month, recognizing the importance of the Hispanic community within Commerce City.
At this time, I need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion passes 7-0 with 2 absentees. Next, we are moving on to presentations. We have the Senior Commission Annual Update. I would like to invite Jenny Pinicillo to give the Senior Commission presentation.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, we are so excited to be here tonight for the Senior Commission Annual Update. Unfortunately, Chair Plummer had a medical emergency and will not be able to join us. We hope she has a speedy recovery. However, we have 2 lovely commissioners here with us tonight, Tina Ledesma and Mary Chan, to give the presentation.
Hello. These are the commission people that I have worked with, and these are the most wonderful people who are so active, are so positive, who have maintained a real focus, and they participate, work well together. They each celebrate each other's expertise, and we cooperate. In matter of fact, this senior group marched the whole Memorial Day parade from start to finish. There are 16 members. We have a hybrid meeting the second Thursday of each month from 3 until 5. We have in-house, in-person people that come, as well as Zoom, and we have a very high percentage of attendees each time. We advocate for the community and on important issues. We create informational guides. We promote available senior resources. We lead and participate in community service events, and we host informal events and seminars. In summary, we basically gather and dispense information for the Commerce City senior community.
So our 2023 goals, our goal number 1 in 2023 was the Senior Commission will host their 2nd annual Senior Resource Fair with a 10% increase in attendance through the increased community engagement. So we held our Senior Resource Fair on June 17, 2023 at Adams City High School. We had over 200 attendees. So we exceeded our goal this year in having more attendance. 37 resource providers, including COVID-19 vaccines, nutrition, healthcare, Education classes were added this year, public safety, fraud, nutrition, finance, and balance. We want to say a special thank you to Carlo I'm going to mispronounce her name, Odeja. She's from the Adams County Community Services. She was very instrumental in helping us get our vendors this year. And she looks forward to the event every year, she said. Thank you to council members who joined us. Thank you to the Commerce City Police, the South Adams Fire Department, as well as the Commerce City Parks and Recreation.
Thank you also to the Buffalo Run Golf Group. Paul brought a putting green and prizes, and everyone participated. We also had Silver Sneakers demonstrations, as you can see there, and we had line dancing. And thank you to all the participants. I was one of the line dancing participants, and it was not a pretty sight. We also want to thank the people who helped with our breakfast. Tasty Donuts helped us with that, as well as the Landings Church for coffee. We had lunch thanks to Bison Grill also. And thank you to all our volunteers and everyone who supported the second annual Senior Resource Fair. It was a huge success. Everyone I talked to who said they had come had learned something, and they all wanted to impart what they learned to someone else. And that creates a community that we want to have of sharing these resources. We hope the Senior Fair will become an annual event.
So our 2023 goal number 2. Goal number 2 in 2023, the Senior Commission will build a working partnership with Senior and Family Navigator by meeting with them at least 2 times at monthly meetings. Met with Community Wellbeing team in January of 2023. We will meet with the Senior Navigator in fall of 2023. The Senior and Family Navigator attended Senior Resource Fair, planning meetings, and provided support and outreach to senior housing communities. Thank you to Roxana, who's our Senior Navigator, Senior and Family Navigator, I should say. And thank you, council member, for making a motion to have our navigator as well.
Number 3, this is our third goal. In 2023, the Senior Commission will conduct 4 off-site outreach events within the Commerce City senior community and develop a follow-up procedure. In March of this year, we had a senior listening session at Eagle Point with 35 attendees. We had VIA as the presenter, who presented low or little cost transportation options for this population. And we also had a listening to the concerns of the senior attendees. And also we had lunch and raffle. We are also having a lunch and learn on August 31st, and it will be a 11 to 1 o'clock at Eagle Point again, with a presentation from the South Adams County Fire Department on fire safety and services that are available to seniors. Example, the maintenance of their smoke detectors. We will also have a discussion of the challenges and needs of the senior community with the people who are there in attendance. And of course, we'll have refreshments and a raffle again. We will have 2 more outreach events this year. We are already anticipating one at Bison Ridge.
Goal number 4, in the next 2 to 3 years, the Senior Commission will identify and develop a policy recommendation to present to City Council that addresses the need of our senior community. City Clerk's Office presented on how to identify and develop a policy recommendation, utilize findings from the Senior Needs Assessment to start the process. We have a meeting set up with the Senior Needs Assessment, I believe, around September the 6th. We hope this allows us to have more thorough information from the community and work towards advocating those findings.
Other accomplishments, we had recommended that the community service projects be part of our senior commission powers and duties. And we distributed box fans in partnership with the Adams County Food Bank to seniors experiencing extreme heat. We geared it towards the lower income population of Commerce City. And then we participated also in the 2022 Fall Fest, and we'll do it again this fall. And we also marched in 2022 and in 2023 in the Memorial Day Parade. And we did not ride, we marched. I also want to say that I want to thank Jenny, our staff liaison, for facilitating our success as on this commission. This group of people and these members are extremely positive. We are workers, and we have accomplished a great deal. Do we have any other questions?
At this time, are there any council members that have any questions? Councilmember Douglas?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment to say kudos to you. You have been doing fabulous things. I did attend the Senior Resource Fair, and it was such a success, and everyone was having so much fun, and just to see everybody's smiling faces and empowering each other and motivating each other. And Jenny, you have done a fabulous job with the seniors, the youth, everything that you touch has turned to gold. So this has turned to silver though, right? So I just wanted to say congratulations and thank you for all of your hard work and your volunteering and your commitment to our community. You're such an asset, so thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I'm sorry to hear that Carly Plummer can't be with us tonight because she's been a terrific chair also. But I think that the presentation that you just made is indicative of the vast life experience of the members of the Senior Commission. You're bringing such tremendous resources to Commerce City and doing wonderful things for the community and for seniors themselves. I have been part of the Senior Commission now for the entire time I've been on the City Council, and it has been my true honor and pleasure to work with everyone. So thank you so much for all you're doing and all you have planned to do. And I like the way that we had these goals and we met our goals. You know, I mean, that's right. Exactly. Perfect. That's the way it's supposed to be done. Thank you so much. It was great.
I just would also like to thank you for, everything the commission does. I've been on the Senior Commission as well my whole term since being on City Council. And I really want to thank city staff, also Jenny, for all the work she does. She does above and beyond work, and I think she makes the Senior Commission a huge success as well. So thank you, and thanks for tonight's presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We would like to invite all the council members to attend any of our meetings, and please come to all of our events. They're great fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we are moving on to the 2024 budget session number 3. I would now like to invite Teresa Wilson, Finance Director, to give the budget presentation.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. Is it still not on? Is it? Let me get a little closer. Sorry about that. Is that better? Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. It is our pleasure to be here for the third preliminary session on the 2024 budget. This evening, we plan to discuss the legislative budget, follow-up from the first two sessions, plans for the September 11th council budget retreat, next steps, and have some time at the end for questions. With that, I will hand it over to Annette Peters to discuss the legislative budget.
Thank you, Teresa. Can you go to the next slide? Yes. Thank you. This is just a high-level overview of what is made up into the legislative budget, which is not hardly at all different from the 2023 budget. There's just small varying things that change from year to year in allocations, different things like that, but nothing directly affecting expenditures. The legislative budget typically has sponsorships, which city council members in years past have basically pre-approved a list of events that we either generally sponsor every year or items that come up on a case-by-case basis. I would like to propose this year that we eliminate the sort of pre-approved list and just maintain the account numbers with a form that will be filled out by staff and/or city council members that will give information as each request is granted or brought in front of council to be approved. That would streamline the process in terms of making sure that there's full transparency between all council members with the items and the vendors, programs that are supported, so that everyone is aware of which one is going through the program, and there's no secrets or anything that with anybody not knowing which ones were pre-approved. So if that works for you, that also leaves room for doing more events other than just golf tournaments, leaves rooms for triathlons, or any other sporting events that might come through. We can assign those to the golf court or the golf sponsorship line item. But otherwise, I think that's about the only difference that I'm proposing this year for the legislative budget.
Thank you. You can continue.
Great.
Thank you.
As promised last week, we have included a revised capital project status list in the agenda packet for tonight. Revisions include adding project descriptions and ward numbers for geographic references. Also, some needed clarifications and corrections regarding project statuses have been included, all of which are highlighted in red font to clearly note what changed. We are happy to answer any additional questions council may have about these projects.
At this time, do any council members have any questions? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, sorry, I wasn't totally clear on what we're going to be doing about the sponsorships. All sponsorships will be coming through the city council from now on? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. So normally we have, from the previous year, sort of what we considered a pre-approved list. Going forward in '24, we won't keep that pre-approved list. Each council sponsorship will come through to a council meeting for every event that council wants to sponsor. So there will be a pre-set up form that will put the account number on there and will let every member of council know at each sponsorship request what the balance of that line item is, so that you can kind of keep track of where you are in the line item with the budgeted amount, and also what the basic information is for the event being sponsored.
Okay, I'm like dense tonight.
That's okay.
Are you saying you're bringing those forward? Are we bringing those forward? Who is putting, because I bring sponsorships forward and put them as part of administrative council business,
Yes.
as do my colleagues.
Yes.
What else are you referring to then?
That process won't change. So if someone sends you, for example, someone sends you an event that they're requesting that you sponsor, We can either have, you are welcome to fill out the form, or you can send it to me to fill out the form. But basically, we will put that form together for administrative council business so that it will be very concise in the information that is being requested, the dollar amount being requested, and the dollar amount remaining in that line item to allow council to judge whether or not that is an expense they want to consider, more, less, those kinds of things. So there won't be any pre-approved ones anymore. Every single one will come before council.
Okay, let's say I have the Smuggle Grass nonprofit. And I've been getting money every year, but I don't have a relationship with any of the council members. Will my line item still come forward, or does a council member need to make the request?
A council
for that
member would need
nonprofit?
to make a request, or if they send it into my office, we can send it out to council to see if that is something that wants to be brought forward to administrative business.
Okay, the they is the nonprofit.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so it's either a council member can do it, or a nonprofit can send it in directly to you?
Yes.
Okay, that's what
And
I
then we'll
need.
just fill out that form that will have the standard information so that it's consistent through all year for all events that will come before you for tracking.
Gotcha. I was just trying to get clarity on who the
Sorry
the
about that.
vehicle was. Okay, thank you.
worries.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Ms. Peters, I think another council member, Councilmember Kim?
Hey, Ms. Peters, quick question. So I'm looking at the grant and sponsorship program details. Is this list already approved, is what we're saying? Or,
The list that was in your packet is what we've been operating on for 2023. So the ones that were highlighted are the ones that we considered pre-approved based on what council approved in the budget last year. So the ones that say pending are the ones that have been turned in to me but have not been either brought onto a council agenda due to we don't have all the information, or there's some missing piece of information, or it's already on the pre-approved list, it just hasn't come up in time yet.
so when did these get approved for this year? I mean, for example, I'm looking at Kentucky Derby and Derby. That shows the invoice date of March 3rd. Did that come before council just recently or something to approve for next year? Is that what this is, or is this list only just for this year only?
That was just for 2023 only. I just wanted to use that as an example of what we've done in the past. So in 2022, for the 2023 budget,
Okay,
those in the highlighted portions were already on the list as a pre-approved event that council agreed to sponsor in the year coming. So when that event came up and they sent in their information, my office just went ahead and processed it, put it on the calendar, paid the amount, that kind of information, because it was already on that pre-approved list.
so then for 2024, is this list coming back to us again at some point?
No.
So this is already pre-approved for 2024?
Just 2023. So what I'm proposing for 2024 is that we don't have a pre-approved list.
Okay.
So if that event, for example, is something that council wanted to do, we would expect my office would expect a council member to either submit that information for us to put on the agenda for administrative council business, or the chamber could send that into us and request that we see if council is interested in sponsoring it.
Okay, just my opinion only, at the fact that with that specific event, and it handles dogs and on greyhounds essentially, and we just pushed a study session for a request to ban puppy mills essentially, to kind of take that proactive stance. That is one that I definitely would not be able to support altogether, but never know. We'll see what happens in the future as far as with other council members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Peters, I had a question also. In our packet, you provided the list of, like I said, the grant sponsorships so far, but then you mentioned that there were 10 organizations that have not reached out yet. But for myself and like other council members, can you provide us the list of those 10 other organizations that we've previously sponsored? Because I do think it's important, from previous council members, it may have been important to them, and I don't want them missed because they weren't on the list. So can you give us
Absolutely, I
that
can send
list?
that information out, no problem.
Okay, great. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Great.
And then going back to the revised capital project status list, this was included as an attachment in your packet, and we're happy to answer any additional questions that you may have about it.
And so, Ms. Wilson, to clarify, you're totally finished with the presentation? Or
No,
there's-
just this
okay.
piece of it. I just wanted to pause.
This
if
time, do
there-
any other council members have any questions? Nope.
Okay.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, just a quick comment, not a question, but I think what Ms. Peters was presenting is something that's been discussed for, well, before COVID really took place. It was an issue where that list really never changed. It was, potentially we could be sponsoring an event that's 12, 15 years continuous sponsorship without ever reviewing it again. And so I really like this. I ultimately think that we might be able to get back to a small list again in the future where we commit to certain things, maybe like the golf tournament, the golf tournament that's coming up here on Friday, certain things like that. But I do think it's more fair for us to review these on an annual basis. I remember Councilman Guardiola was talking about there was a sponsorship on that list of an organization that no longer was around. And he knew that because he ran that organization. And so, it was just an interesting comment. Nobody's fault, right? But when we're taking that approach where we'll just look at what was approved last year and continue into the next year, those things come up. And so even if we were going to move to a list or keep a list, I would say we should still require those nonprofits to send something in and say that they are in need of those funds again the next year, how it's going to positively impact Commerce City, and the same thing that we would naturally do as we're doing this through our normal approval process. So I really like this idea because it does give us visibility and allows us to participate too, because there's things on this list and the list that we saw back then I had no idea even were going on or occurred in our city, and so it's a better opportunity if we're going to sponsor it for us to participate as well.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to go back to the table under legislative budget. And could you give me a better understanding of what each of those categories are, what salary and benefits cover, and what services and charges are?
Salaries and benefits would be the monthly stipends that council members get throughout the year. Services and charges cover a variety of things. They cover allocations from the internal service funds as applicable based on council's usage for IT support, and that sort of thing that are covered by the internal service funds. The services and charges also includes $155,000 that council contributes to Quality Community Foundation efforts. $140,000 of that is for the nonprofit grant award program, and then $15,000 goes to the Kurt Holland Memorial Golf Tournament. So those are covered in a separate line item. And then materials and supplies would be minor usable supplies that are used up and have to be reordered. That could be minor office supplies and things like that, of that nature. I hope that helps. If you have...
It does. I
Okay, good,
appreciate you
good.
breaking it down for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you, Mayor. Where do you put the lobbyists? What category are the lobbyists in?
And that's going to confirm.
See both state and federal?
Absolutely.
Miss Wilson, you can
Absolutely.
continue and we'll get back with that.
Perfect. Great. The next 4 slides contain follow-up information regarding discussion items from last Monday's budget presentation. Topics include the economic development budget, bike lanes and crosswalks, and sales and use tax collections from remote sellers. I'll run through these slides, but if you happen to have any additional questions just regarding these topics, we're happy to address those. The Economic Development Department budget, there was a noted decrease, and we were asked what is causing that. We did go back and take a close look at that. There is a current decrease in the Economic Development Department budget of just under $57,000, and that is due to a reduced IT allocation that is being revisited to make sure we're including the correct number of network allocations for economic development. So that is subject to change, but that is what is causing that current preliminary decrease. No other line items were changed for their operating budget. For bike lanes and crosswalks, we have included additional information there regarding what was actually achieved in '22, planned for this year, and planned for next year. The data at the bottom of this table is presented in linear feet, but this includes the long lane striping budget, which covers crosswalks and bike lanes. And then specifically regarding the crosswalk at East 64th Avenue and Olive, this was previously installed and was restriped at the end of last week. And then staff is evaluating installing bike lanes along roadways. The challenge with this is balancing that need with the need for on-street parking. And then regarding sales tax revenue collected from remote sellers, in all of '22 for the entire year, that was just under $2.5 million. And then so far through the first half of '23, we're looking at just over 1.4 million. This data is derived from MuniRevs, which is our sales tax system. We are going through and reviewing how retailers describe themselves when they're reporting, so that we can make sure that we're properly coding those as internet retailers. So this is the best data we have available, and we'll continue to track this moving forward so we can see how that might change in future reporting. So the federal and state lobbyists are both budgeted in the city manager's office budget under outside services.
Councilmember Noble.
I'd like specifics about that, please. How much for each of them?
For federal lobbyists, we have a line item budget of $79,200. And the state is $30,000. That is what we budget, not necessarily what we spend.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just had a question before you move on to the next section regarding the bike lanes. On slide 10, like I had mentioned last Monday night, I saw on the slide that they're not tracked, but between last year and this year, have any new bike lanes been done in the entire city? Like in a yes or no?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We went back and looked, and no new bike lanes have been installed, just restriped the existing ones that we have. We are trying to, in the core city, we've got a lot of places where there's some on-street parking. So if we put a bike lane on there, people would not be able to park in front of their house legally. So we're trying to balance that with putting an edge line further away from the curb to allow parking, but bicyclists will be able to use that area if there's not any cars parked along that roadway. So it's not actually striped for a bike lane, but they still have that buffer if there's no cars parked in front of their houses.
Okay, and then out of that 100, you list 110,000 for bike lanes. Do you know what part or percentage of that will go towards bike lanes and crosswalks?
It's hard to say with, as far as, you're talking about what is broken out between the two?
Right, because like I said, will we see any out of that 110%? Will we see anything? And one thing I'd like to mention too, when you mentioned cars on the street, like recently, this past week, I was in Denver, and even in the middle of the road, they had a big bicycle, even where cars go, just to let people know respect if someone's on their bicycle. So out of that 110%, or 110,000, what percentage will go towards bike lanes for next year, or something to protect bikers and pedestrians with the crosswalks as well?
Right, we'll evaluate which areas that we could put those bicycle, basically share the road, emblems on the roadway to where it's not a designated buffered bike lane, but it'll just inform drivers that there could be potentially bicyclists on the road, that they need to share the road with them. So I don't have the plans in front of me to know exactly what percentage is going, but we will definitely evaluate the core city to encourage a little bit more striping within the core city for bicyclists.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not just speaking of the core city, but all of Commerce City.
Okay.
And then on slide 11, it said that staff has evaluated installing bike lanes along roadways. So can you just, also, I would like to know for myself, you said it's going to be a percentage, but I would like to know also for all of Commerce City, what roadways we're evaluating. Can you send us that report by the end of the week, like to myself and the mayor and other council members?
Yes, I can get you the streets that are going to be restriped for 23, and then what we're looking at for 24. Yes.
And so just to clarify too, there was 0 bike lanes in Commerce City, the entire Commerce City in the last 2 years?
For restriping the roadway to allow a designated bike lane, that's correct.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Hey, Mr. Poe, so as someone who typically only rides maybe 1 or 2 miles a year on his bike, I'll tell you what, coming from the northern end of the city to ride your bike all the way down to Eagle Point, especially on a very busy day, it could get quite challenging. I don't know if you've ever done it. I have, and it's quite fun. It's almost like Frogger, essentially, right? But I definitely, I think to what Mayor Pro Tem has said as well, I would really like to see what exactly those bike lanes would look like, or where, if there is intent to build out new bike lanes, whether it's in the core city, especially, or those that are, as one resident called them last week, the redheaded stepchildren out in River Run area, where they want, they try to get across the major thoroughfare off of 85. I know that's probably not part of our area, but that's always fun trying to cross over as well. I think having bike lanes would be great. I mean, especially for kids who ride their bikes. I mean, not saying that's that's going to stop anybody from running whatever people off the road. I think I've been ran off a few times and had the finger thrown at me once or twice. I'm like, whatever. I think we need to have that, especially in the core of the city, as I ride around and have the wonderful opportunity of going over potholes and whatnot too. So, but yeah, definitely would like to see that plan and see what that looked like for next year.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to look at this comprehensively citywide with the update of our transportation plan. It's going to be a active mobility plan, which will include bike lanes. So that'll be an opportunity to gain that feedback from the public through our outreach efforts, and to have basically a roadmap for 10 years on where new bike lanes as well as pedestrian improvements should be constructed, and where we put our resources at. So we're just kicking that, the transportation plan will be going out for an RFP with a consultant to begin work on that. And so I'd like to, instead of piecemealing it year by year. It's better to have a plan and then put the resources to that plan after we get that research.
Copy that, appreciate that. And just for point of clarification, my apologies if I have offended anybody by saying redheaded stepchild, so didn't mean that in any way, shape, or form. Just want to get that out there on record. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think this is a good conversation, and I agree we'll have to come back to it. I just want to raise some caution. So I was in Washington, D.C. last year for a multimodal planning conference, and bike lanes, installation of bike lanes that are not planned at the beginning of the roadway see a significant rise in bike rider deaths. And what I'm getting at is our current roadway system is built maybe wide enough to have 2 lanes and 1 parking. Let's be honest, people park on both sides of the road. So until you're at 36 feet of distance from side to side, that covers 2 7-foot wide cars, most cars are a little wider than that, and 2 11-foot lanes. We could potentially be creating problems and not fixing them. And so, when we look at the Safer Main Streets design, that is a federal designation plan, plan designed for roadways that are kind of greater than your residential roadways, we just have to be cautious. I'm not saying we shouldn't do this. The alternative paths are the preferred option, in my opinion, where we're pushing them back away from the main streets. And what I'm suggesting is similar to the pathway that runs down Highway 2. I'm not saying that's available in every situation, but I just want us to be extremely careful and take into consideration those roadway design factors, because you're essentially inviting bikers to feel very comfortable or more safe in a bike lane that tends to, in everything that I've seen, significantly increase the amount of car to bike crashes when they're introduced and installed. And those numbers do traditionally drop after several years as people get more accustomed to the bike lanes in the area. There's likely education campaigns that come with that to try to make people more aware of the bikers in their community. But in reality, a lot of people either get injured or hurt in that process. And that's not a Colorado thing. That is a nationwide problem that is studied by Federal Highway Administration in great detail.
Thank you. I think that's all we have. You can continue, Ms. Wilson.
Staff proposed the recommendations summarized on this slide during the July 24th draft 5-year CIP presentation. The 5-year plan is reviewed and updated every year. However, only year 1 is included in the annual budget. Staff believe these recommendations provide the best planning advice for 2024 and would like to implement these recommendations for the 24 budget, barring any council direction to the contrary. Between now and the finalization of the proposed 2024 budget, there are a number of items that are subject to change. These include incorporating consensus direction from council, revising revenue estimates that may warrant adjustments, finalizing personnel budget calculations, revising benefit and insurance data based on recent feedback from HR, refreshing internal service fund allocations, and updating the 2K O&M model and source and use documents. This slide includes a couple topics regarding potential council-directed adjustments, and there may be others that you are thinking about. In order for staff to have time to incorporate any additional council direction prior to the opening of the public budget hearing on October 16th, we will need clear direction during the council budget retreat scheduled for September 11th. So I just want to throw that out there for planning ahead. This slide includes some significant updates regarding ARPA funding. The U.S. Treasury just released a revised interim final rule on what is being called ARPA Flex, based on a provision passed by Congress in December of 22. This revised rule created 3 new expenditure categories that are allowed for ARPA funding. These are emergency relief for natural disasters, community development, and surface transportation projects. Expenditure categories included within the previous final rule all remain intact. They're just adding 3 new categories. Also related to ARPA, and this was brought up previously, but the funding survey closed this past Friday, and a total of 1,548 responses were received. So that information is being compiled and will be further discussed in the future. Further ARPA funding decisions can be incorporated into the budget via separate budget amendment ordinances as decisions are made, and that can happen between now and the end of '23 for this year or anytime in '24. For next steps, the council budget retreat is scheduled for September 11th, and then the public hearing on the budget would open on October 16th and close with the anticipated budget adoption occurring on November 6th. And with that, we're happy to answer any additional questions that you may have at this point in time.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. I hadn't taken that down, but I did want to make a comment, so that worked out well. I guess then, on those two items that you would be seeking a consensus on, we don't make votes during presentations, so is this something for administrative council business, or are you just asking for people to make their comments tonight regarding this?
That would be one way. I know in the past, we've just kind of taken, informal consensus direction, not necessarily a formal action. But if we sense that a majority of council are interested in making a change, that's something that we would always like to know sooner rather than later so that we could begin working on that.
Okay, then I will ask it another way. And if there is opposition to restoring the senior liaison support position at the senior center, nobody's opposed?
Yeah, do any council members have any opposition? No, it looks like. we're all-
Okay, and then the second one is anyone opposed to converting the planning landscape architect position from a maybe to a yes?
Okay, my only concern, can that be postponed till all council members are present on these questions?
We can certainly wait until the budget retreat on the 11th.
Yeah. Are you okay with that, Councilmember Noble, when all council members are present?
I think that would apply to all votes we have tonight.
Now, there's 2 absentees and the mayor.
Right, I understand, but I think if someone's missing, we continue on in council business.
Well, but I don't know how the other council members feel, but does everyone want to take a vote tonight or just wait till September 11th when the mayor and all council members are present? I'll start with Councilmember Hurst.
Wrong button. Yeah, I have no issue. I mean, I do recall for as long as I can remember, the senior staff liaison or senior liaison was very well liked and very well appreciated, and I think they added a ton of value. Of course, I've never been in a position where I want to overstep, like Jason's call on staff or anything like that. I would hope we can find a solution there, so I'd be in support of that position. Everything else, I would really like to understand the impacts and kind of, I've been an advocate for us to operate the city like we're larger than we are right now since we're in that growth period. And so if that's something that's part of the plan, I can get behind it, but I just want to make sure that we are taking a look at these issues, and they're going to be more than like a one-year problem, one-year job, and then they're not going to have much to do. I do think there's a lot to discuss about if we move into that, Xeriscape or Coloradoscape and the kind of different versions of that. I do think that's good to understand and have an expertise there, because it's the levels of complexities that I've recently learned are much more than I originally thought.
Okay, so for clarification, do you want to wait or you?
I think it's a good debate. I don't know if I'm ready to vote tonight, but I think it's a good something for us to address moving forward. And so I'd support probably finishing the conversation on September 11th, but happy to continue it tonight.
Okay. Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think we should bring it forward to the budget retreat and have everyone discuss. I don't think there's any opposition, but I would like to just see everything laid out in terms of implications. And as we're seeing our budget or general funds been shrinking, so just something to keep in mind as we're creating these positions and increasing our expenditures. We need to just know that funds aren't unlimited.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon?
I have no opposition to the senior liaison, but I do think that we should discuss more by September 11th, honestly, because especially if it's going to be for landscape, being mindful again of environmental justice. How are we incorporating other ways of looking at it, especially in Commerce City, and how can we support that through funding? And then other items too, we've already heard a lot about houseless relatives and need for resources. So is there other funding that we can find in this space as well? It might not be unlimited, but being mindful about how we can be more supportive by what we hear in between that time too.
Thank you. And Councilmember Kim?
I think I have to agree with the rest of the council. I mean, I have no opposition to any of them, but I think a further discussion would be warranted, would be best suited for the budget retreat that we have.
Thank you. And Councilmember Douglas?
Yeah, I'm okay with moving forward with both of these, but it seems the consensus is that there should be more discussion, but I'm in support of both of them, especially the senior liaison, because I know how important that was for the seniors to have that person available to them. The world that we have now is much different than the one that they spent most of their lives in. And so the world that we live in now is really difficult for seniors to navigate. And they need somebody not just giving them a phone number. Or sometimes they need somebody to hold their hand and help them get through the process. And it's so stressful for older people as it is, and to relieve some of that anxiety, they know that they have somebody there that they can turn to, and they're not going to feel like they're being admonished or to feel like they're inferior because they don't know. That takes a special person, and so to have that reinstated, I think, is just really, really important. And then as far as like changing to xeriscaping, I think a lot of people are going to need help with that too. And so they're successful in what they're planning and not wasting money on happenstance of what they think is going to work or look good, and then it doesn't. And we've already seen that with some of the stuff that's come forward. So, I mean, the person thought it was great, but might not have looked good to other people. So I think those are both really important. I did have a question on, and I don't have the slides marked, but it's preliminary session number 2 follow-up on the sales and use tax under remote sellers. It looks like this year, 2023, I know we're just starting the fourth quarter here going into September, but it's $1 million under. Is that?
That's only for half the year. So that's
Oh, it's only for half the year.
Yeah, that's for January through June.
Oh, to June. I'm sorry, I missed that. So
Yeah,
I
no
was thinking
worries.
that was
No worries.
current, and so I thought, boy,
Absolutely.
that's
And there's
big
also a
shortfall.
lag with sales tax collection based on it's reported, by the 20th of the month for the prior month. So there's a built-in lag there
All
too.
right, well, forgive
Yeah.
me for missing that, so thank you.
No problem.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I do have a question for Mr. Rogers. I do know that we're talking about the ARPA fund follow-up discussion, and that's going to occur during the budget retreat that we're going to have. I just want to get your sense as to what your initial thoughts are as far as with presentation of that. Is it going to, I'm assuming it's going to be full transparency, it's going to show all information that's going to be provided, what residents say, what residents have stated as far as where they think the fund should go or where it shouldn't go. But I also would like to kind of throw in as well to identify what is our left and right limits with regards to be able to use those funds. I think that, you know, we heard a lot tonight from residents themselves regarding the homelessness and the issues that we do have here. But I think there's a lot of other questions regarding sustainability efforts as far as how is that going to look 5-10 years down the road. I think we've also got, you know, we also have residents who are struggling as it is, trying to pay their rent or pay their mortgage essentially. I mean, could potentially those funds be used for that? Don't know. But I know this is all preliminary discussions. We'll talk more about it, but I wanted to get your insight as to what you are planning to present to council. And again, initial draft, not going to hold you to it.
No worries. Thank you, sir. All good questions. I think you actually touched on a number of different pieces that we would have as part of that presentation framework. Yes, it will be raw data. Obviously, with that raw data, there is an approach in which our vendor, Magellan Strategies, that provides these type of surveys in other municipalities, that goes through an error ratio to make sure that we're being accurately reflective of the data. But we would give that raw data plus the error margin. In addition to that, we are still trying to get clarity on a number of different, I'll call it, topics or criteria within the interim rule of the Treasury that guides our left and right, what our limitations are, or the broad use of said dollars. How do they define community development? How do they define surface transportation projects? Where can those funds be used based on the flexing of this new interim rule? So we'll be outlining that as well as part of the framework and addressing some of the existing programs that may have been currently supported by general fund or through certain other grant support that we may have received from either the state or the federal government to look at if we were to take that over and using these funds, what is the longevity that we have to be able to provide into that, and then what expectation are we then setting 5, 10, 15 years down the road, and what the impact is that to the overall budget that the city has, knowing our various sources and uses. So I expect that once we have that data, we'll be able to start outlining what that presentation is based off of what I shared and what you kind of touched upon as well, and wanting to make sure that we are being fully transparent with that. In the interim before that presentation, I think it is important to have that posted on our website for the community to see what their input was before we come to the city council and bring that forward. I think it's very important that they see that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Kim's comments because I had been talking for some time that the ARPA funds for homelessness should also be for prevention of homelessness. And I did post the survey link on social media and got a lot of really interesting comments, including from Mr. Younger, who spoke tonight as well. And that wasn't a question. Preventing homelessness was not one of the questions in the survey. All of the questions had to do with responses to homelessness. So it's understandable why the speakers this evening were under the impression that the city is going a particular direction. That was the direction of the survey itself. There was, at the end of it, an opportunity for you to fill in the blank, if you will, if you wanted to make additional comment, but it didn't have anything that lent itself to the question of how do we prevent homelessness, what can we do for our neighbors in Commerce City who live on the financial edge. And I had one more question about the budget though, which is You've probably said it, and I just am not thinking about it right now, but the valuations on property taxes affect several things for us. Certainly, it affects our portion of the property taxes, but it also affects the improvement bonds that we receive. And it would seem to me, since most of us, and I'll raise my hand here, have been unsuccessful in getting our property valuations reduced, that the city stands to gain quite a bit more money because of the valuations being high times the mills.
To a degree, that is true. We haven't received our preliminary valuation data. The deadline for the county to distribute that is the 27th of this month. So we expect to receive that maybe at 4 or 5 p.m. Friday. As soon as we get that data, we will take a look at our existing property tax revenue projections. The city is not debruced when it comes to property tax, so we are beholden to follow Tabor when it comes to our property tax projections, and we cannot grow our property tax revenue as much as we may otherwise be allowed to if it weren't for Tabor. So we are still constrained to live within the limit allowed by Tabor. So we do an annual Tabor calculation for the general fund when it comes to property tax. So when it comes to the city mill levy, which is only a very small portion of what residents pay overall, most of the property tax our residents pay go to the county and to the school districts and other special districts. But when it comes to what we can control as a city, our residents will not be impacted as much as you might think. But that's only in respect to the city mill levy portion.
Well, we have thousands of homes in the north that are tied to general improvement districts, and that is city. Is that Tabor also?
Not when it comes to general improvement districts. And we are looking at the NIGID in particular to see if there's an opportunity to adjust the potential mill levy there, but it definitely will not be increasing over what it was for this year.
Okay, and I'll look forward to that continuing conversation. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So it looks like we have a consensus then for the majority of council to wait for further direction till September
Great.
11th. Or for the retreat, actually. And then I had a few questions. I don't know if this is a question for our city manager or for you, Ms. Wilson, but like I said, I can't stress enough the safety concerns, issues like with the crosswalk lanes not existing, a lot of areas, especially in the core of the city. So is it possible to have like a separate budget, some kind of way to make sure that is included separately and not included where you set it in the line edging or something, some kind of way can that be added?
Yes, ma'am. We always have the ability to establish an account, particularly for whether it's crosswalks, lane striping. We do it for flat work and asphalt milling. So I think what may be appropriate if council is supportive of this is allowing us to come back internally, have the conversation with our public works department and see where that's best to be identified and what that dollar amount might be, and to obviously see that in the cumulative impact with just the overall budget.
Okay, thank you. And then next question I had is, if someone can explain to me, what are the surface transportation projects?
The very quick Google search I did on this when we realized that this interim final rule was released by the Treasury said it essentially applies to anything that involves moving people or good across existing roadways and surfaces. So, one very broad interpretation of that might be anything that doesn't involve plane transportation. So whether it's rail or any kind of mobility project. Examples given included, crosswalks, pedestrian projects, bridges, tunnels, and I'm sure that can include road improvement projects as well. This funding could be used to supplement projects that already have partial federal grant funding. It just can't be used to supplant any funding. So if we have an existing project we would like to look at using ARPA funding for, we'll have to consider that pre-existing federal grant project component if that's applicable. Does that answer your question?
Yes, okay. Yes, thank you. Then last question I had, on one of the slides, it was slide 14, and then it said part of the budget is funding Buffalo Run Golf Course concrete repairs. So I wanted to make sure, does that include updating the concrete areas? I've been out there a lot of times and they're not ADA guidelines, so I wanted to make sure, is that included in that?
Yes, ma'am, that is included in that. We will be making sure to update all ADA out there when we do concrete work.
Okay, and that will be next year or starting this year?
It will be starting next year.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I believe that's it, Ms. Wilson. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much. We're looking forward to the 11th, and our goal throughout this process has been to be responsive and provide additional feedback and information as questions come up. So we look forward to the 11th.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, or non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, we have 6 items on the consent agenda. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Councilman.
I would seek to remove, I have an agenda item I'd like to remove, please.
Okay, oops, I'm sorry. And I did miss that step too. I'm backing up a little. Are there any members of council that would like to remove a specific item off the consent agenda? And Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would like to remove Resolution 2023-091, please.
And Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I'm removing 2023-099.
So now I need a motion and second to approve the consent agenda with the amended items requested to be removed. Councilmember Douglas?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim? Second. All right. And let's see, at this time, I need the city clerk, Rodriguez, please read the titles and take a roll call vote.
Minutes of the August 7th, 2023 regular meeting. Resolution 2023-093, a resolution authorizing the amendment to an existing intergovernmental agreement by and between the Colorado Department of Transportation regarding funding for the Vasquez Boulevard improvements projects. Ordinance 2534, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant for a single rider golf cart in the amount of $13,250 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2535, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant for open space restoration in the amount of $260,000 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open. Councilmember Madera, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
And those were also the removed resolutions too? Sorry.
Correct, that is with the removed resolutions.
Okay, at this time, I would like to invite Councilmember Douglas to explain why they removed, which one was it? You removed 2023-091.
Thank you so much. Yes, when I saw this on the consent agenda, I have to admit I was extremely distressed. Part of that reason is because of what happened January 3rd of 2022. And that was when we had a developer come and ask for that money so that they could do an apartment complex project at 70th and Colorado Boulevard. And I presented the fact that there were many other projects that this money could be used for. He seemed to pull at everybody's heartstrings with the fact that these apartments would be meant for low-income people. However, it was in a location where the residents of that area had been promised to have some kind of retail commercial area that would provide them services that are lacking in that location. I did all that I possibly could to try to express to the council at that time that probably putting low-income apartments in that particular location was probably not the best idea. And I also touted the fact that we could have used that money for other things that would be much more beneficial to the community. So in 2021, the city allocated our PAB share to CHFA, CHFA, which is the Colorado Housing Finance Authority, to be applied to future city projects or given to first-time homebuyers. In 2020 and 2019, the full allocation was given to CHFA to be used for the Mile High Greyhound Park. And we know what's been going in over at the Greyhound Park, including the Empowerment building, which was approved by staff and did not come before the council, and is serving people who may not fit into society and may need some help, but now they're located on the dog track. So I don't know if that money went towards that or where it went. However, because it's $3,869,551, I think great care should be taken with something like that. When you get offered something like that, you use it to your advantage to serve the residents of this wonderful community that we have here, rather than giving it back to well, not back to CHAFA, it's through statewide private activity bond, to give it to CHAFA to use however they want, and you know, I'm sure it's for good causes, but when we have opportunities like this, I just do not understand why this was not presented to council. And I do remember that when it was presented in 2022, I asked specifically for the person who was presenting it, and I know that person is not in the same position as they were at that time, but I said, please bring this before council when it comes around again so that we can have the opportunity to really look at this and make a good decision. There are 7 different opportunities that we have here. One of manufacturing small issue industrial development bonds not to exceed $10,000 for construction of manufacturing facilities. And we've been looking at the possibility of renewable energy manufacturing. One is, another one is for nonprofit hospitals or private universities. We have Regis, we have DU, those are both private. And we just had Adams 14 School District come before us to say, we want higher education. And they've been talking to Metro State. And here we have this opportunity that is put on the consent agenda just to be given to CHAFA when we could have been looking at the possibilities of what we could do for this community with that money. And I don't know if almost $4 million would be going to Commerce City. I'm not really sure how that works, but we had a whole year, over a year, to look at this. And so tonight I see in here we have an agreement with CHAFA that is dated today's date to be signed to give that money to them. And I really do not understand this. I don't know how this could have happened. I don't know how it could be on the consent agenda. I don't know really what my motion should be. If my motion should be to deny this, or if it should be to put this on a study session. And I don't know why this didn't come before council before tonight, and it was put on the consent agenda.
City Manager, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Councilmember Douglas, for your comments and your questions. In particular to the private activity bonds, there are really only 3 options that we as a municipality can respond. First option is the one of the 7 or 9, and I will read them off, types of projects that we can participate in. So in meaning in that, for the private activity bonds to be used for one of those type of projects, as you noted, one could be new construction or acquisition and rehabilitation of housing for low to moderate income, single-family mortgage revenue bonds, mortgage credit certificates, which is a bond allocation for qualified home buyers, manufacturing of small issue industrial development bonds not to exceed 10 million, qualified redevelopment bonds for acquiring property in blighted areas, to prepare land for redevelopment and to relocate occupants or structures on the acquired property, exempt facility bonds for hazardous waste facilities, solid waste disposal, water and sewer, mass commuting facilities, and local district heating and cooling, local energy, electric energy and gas, and then qualified 501c3 bonds for use by nonprofit hotels and private universities. In order to leverage the allocation within any one of those projects, we have to receive an application from a body. We as the local municipality cannot create a program to accomplish that. So we have to receive interest from one of those acceptable and or appropriate project types.
But had we known, we could have solicited, correct? correct?
We have a process, ma'am, in which we request by a deadline for those to come through. We have also, and through the state, they publish what they have put out to various organizations, is my understanding. And we have in the past, not this year, because there's been no interest, but we've actually received in the past from some of those various types to use those funds, not necessarily in Commerce City, but in other municipalities. So we do receive it through our process and also in general as their work as they seek for private activity bonds that have been distributed by the state. In addition to that, if we're not receiving applications, we have then only two other options. Either it is then given to CHAFA, who will be able to use those funds within our city municipal boundaries that may have participants that come up through its own process. Or two, it will be put back into the state pool to where those funds could be used anywhere throughout the state. Those are really the only three options that we have available to us. What we tried to do, given that prior to last year's request, we didn't have a more structured program for us to bring forward to you all to then be able to evaluate to determine whether or not you wanted to be able to use those funds on an actual use. Given that we don't have that, we're back into either CHAFA or the state.
Well, those sound like excuses to me because I remember specifically that developer being very aggressive in coming back to the council several times. And he's a for-profit developer. And you know, with all of the issues that we've been having with our present low-income LIHTC properties, I don't know, just him coming forward as aggressive as he was, I was very hesitant. Well, I was hesitant, and I remember voting no, that I did not agree with what was proposed. But I do remember specifically saying when these bonds came up again, that it should be presented to council so that we could look at approaching people. I mean, this slipped right through our fingers. And I'm very disappointed.
Thank you. I had some questions as well and concerns on this resolution included in our packet. For the CHAF, it was entitled Assignment of Allocation. And then it states, I'm just going to, under section 2, it says 1 year from the date of this assignment to finance multifamily rental housing projects located in the jurisdiction or to issue revenue bonds for the purpose of providing single-family mortgage loans to low and moderate income persons and families in jurisdiction. Is the jurisdiction in Commerce City?
Yes, ma'am.
And then who's financing the multifamily rental housing projects located in the jurisdiction? Like specifically, do we know what companies yet?
We do not, and that is pertaining to CHAFA's process in which they put those private activity bonds out on the street seeking any potential use. They will pull those funds together to see who and how they want to distribute those, if any are present within the Commerce City boundaries. If I may ask, Assistant City Manager Karstens, did I miss anything with respect to that?
Thank you. No, that information is correct. And I did want to share that a representative from CHAFA did send me a spreadsheet and had indicated that in 2020, it looks like 102 loans to geographic of Commerce City was made, 2168, and in 2239. Now, I don't have specifics about those loans, but she was able to provide me those numbers. But I do agree with everything that City Manager Rogers mentioned.
Okay. So who gets out of that 3,869,000? Who gets that money? Is that like any builder that says they're building any low-income property in the city?
Give me just a minute here. I have my phone because I'm referencing some information, so let's see. So Chaffa has the ability to use it towards single-family mortgage revenue bonds, which is down payment assistance to income-eligible first-time home buyers. They can use it for mortgage credit certificates, multifamily mortgage revenue bonds if a specific property is identified. And I don't know if you recall, but in 2018, we did allocate our funds to Chaffa, and it was specific for a project at Kearney. I don't remember the dollar amount. It was in the 3 million range. I could go back and verify that. And they can also issue industrial development bonds based on the requests that are coming in.
I believe that would be the Kearney Townhome Project.
Thank you.
And, this is just concerning to me too, because it doesn't say what percentage is low income. And then, in my opinion, I think we're having problems with Chaffa as it is. So right now, I would like to make a motion to continue item 2023-09, and also due to the fact that the mayor and another council member are not present.
If I may, Mayor, just Mayor Pro Tem or Acting Mayor, just for a point of reference, the private activity bonds, in some form or fashion from an action by the council will need to be taken. No action by the council will be viewed as returning those funds back to the state pool, and the state pool will then be able to utilize those funds where they see fit. We have obviously September 11th as our next ability, hence why bringing this conversation forward. But just want to make you all aware that September 15th, as noted, is whether or not those have been assigned. If not, they will go back to the state.
Okay, well, question, if I amend my motion, then how can we verify or find out like who these builders are? Who is this money specific? You're just telling us Chaffa, but we have a lot of Chaffa problems in Commerce City currently, so can a special meeting or something be addressed? Because like I said, that's my concern. Are we going to get more Chaffa buildings or apartments living in Commerce City? And like I said, it doesn't even tell us when they say low income, what percentage is actually low income.
We can definitely reach out to Chaffa for more specific information. They may or may not have it readily available, given the timelines in which they operate, because once they are assigned, they have then the ability to allocate outside of that September 15th. We can make overtures to them to see what we can get back from them, but I don't want to falsely commit that we'll have something that will answer your questions, whether at a special meeting or the 11th. We can simply reach out to them.
Just to clarify what City Manager Rogers is saying, if the council does not allocate the private activity bond funds allocation by the 11th at the absolute latest, it's likely the funds will be relinquished because notice to DOLA needs to be completed in writing by September 15th.
So City Manager Rogers, do we have time, and I don't know how the other council members feel, but to have a special meeting then before the 11th to get this addressed?
One moment, ma'am. So we do have a standing meeting on the 11th. So I guess just for better appreciation, The 11th obviously gives you enough time to, depending on what follow-on questions that you have, like I said, it may take that much time to try to get that from Chaffa, to make a determination based on the two steps that are available. One, whether that is a continued allocation to Chaffa based on responses that they provide that may address your issues or concerns, or two, simply releasing those funds back to the state.
Because it's another concern, I just don't understand why it was brought to us so late. And then I'll call on Councilmember, but I would like to, like I said, amend my motion to continue and have a special meeting by or before September 11th. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I just had another question on those Chaffa loans that were in Commerce City. Were those specifically given to Commerce City, or were those just people who happened to buy in Commerce City who got a Chaffa loan?
It's my understanding that is people who bought within Commerce City.
And they
not-
just got a Chaffa loan? Okay. All right, so it wasn't necessarily coming to Commerce City, it was just that by happenstance, those people happened to buy here and they got a Chaffa loan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there any second? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'll second to continue the discussion until the September 11th meeting.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, is I'm confused about the motion on the floor. Was it for a special meeting or to continue the discussion to the 11th?
To continue I was going to amend it and to continue till September 11th.
Okay,
with
thank
more,
you.
hoping more information from staff.
Okay, thank you.
You still okay? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you, me too. Okay, next, so at this point then, I will need let's see. All those in favor to continue until September 11th, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes 7-0. And then moving on to, I'd like to invite Councilmember Noble to explain why she removed 2023-099 from the consent agenda.
Thank you, yes. I removed the resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract for the design and construction management services of the Chambers Road widening project between East 105th to East 116th Avenue. The amount was around 1.5 million, and I prefer, just to start with, that when we're talking sizable amounts of money, that we make those discussions public. But most importantly, from my mind, there is, as part of this design plan, a pedestrian golf cart underpass across Chambers Road at East 112th Avenue. I'm certainly a fan of golfing, but I am a bigger fan of kids being able to get to South Lawn Elementary, to come from the South Lawn area to potentially go to the new charter school, for kids to be able to make it safely across the street to get to the city park, or to make it safely across the street to get to the new park at Second Creek or the new city park down by the charter school. I have said before that I would like to see an underpass or a tunnel for 96th, and that is still up in the air. I would hate to see us move forward on a golf cart tunnel when we still need the children taken care of who live in the 96th area, Buffalo Highlands, Second Creek Farms, and South Lawn. So I cannot support this transfer of $1.5 million from, I'm sorry, the 10 million has already been transferred from Chambers Road to 96 because there was a low estimate on the cost of that road. The estimate was 9 million, it's actually 19 million. That is excluding a tunnel or a bridge. And now we're saying 1.5 million will go to this project on Chambers in order to put a tunnel in for a golf cart. I believe it's supposed to be an active adult project across the road on the west side of Chambers Road. And again, I'll just say I am more concerned about the children who need to get back and forth across 96th Avenue, which as we know is currently a truck route. So my motion is to deny this resolution.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'd like to second that, please. I'd also like to clarify an aye is that it means that it agrees with your denial, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let me make sure. So your motion, Councilmember Noble, was to deny the
This-
resolution 2023-099?
Correct.
Okay. So at this time, is there any council members need clarification? Would you like to say something? I'm
Oscar
sorry.
has his hand.
Oh. You do too, okay, okay.
Just
City Attorney, did you need to say something first?
Just a couple, procedurally, I believe on these resos, you either do a motion to approve or you could potentially table it. I don't see any real legal issue with doing a motion to deny, but I don't think we've done that historically. Then secondly, it's up to you to acknowledge the city manager or interim Public Works Director, Poe, but they are available to answer questions and perhaps clarify anything with respect to this contract.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Geiger. And then I'm going to let you speak also, Mr. Director of Public Works.
Sure, I was just going to add a little clarification. The 96 project, we have gotten through a lot of the feasibility for the underpass there, and the engineering team believes that it's definitely needed, especially with the high school that's going to be planned in that area. So our goal is to make sure that we find the funding to contribute to that crossing. The $1.5 million that we're trying to get for the design for this project is to keep it moving because it is a needed project that's been identified. It was previously one of the Cinderella projects, and having the design will allow us to go and get or try to get grant funding with the federal dollars that are being, although I'll notice the fundings that are out there. Without this design, then we would not be able, it'd be shovel-ready basically when we get to that point, and we have a lot better chance of securing those grant funds. Without the design, then it probably wouldn't score, it would not score as well as if we had the plans ready to go. So I just wanted to make that clear that this $1.5 million, we're going to do, find a way to get that underpass under 96. We feel like that is definitely needed with the pedestrian, the amount of growth that is being experienced in that area. And we want to make sure that we can get that included in the project.
Okay, thank you. At this time, too, Councilmember Madera had his hand up.
Yeah, I just had some questions. Thank you for the background. That was one of my questions. My next question, I guess, is do we have a backup project in mind? Was there, when we went through the Cinderella bonds and kind of ranked the projects, is there a backup project if this fails that this funding would be allocated to? I know we were talking about 72nd Avenue for a while.
Yeah, I wasn't privy to those discussions, but we do have a list of the roads that were considered by city council. And if it's council's direction, we can bring that back to see where those could be used.
Okay, and do we have a timeline that we're trying to complete this project, or is it still too preliminary to know that?
There's no timeline that we're trying to achieve we just would like to, we have applied for congressional funding in the amount of $6 million for this project as well. And in the application, we did state that the goal was to get this project under design. So we are waiting to hear back from our representation for that grant.
And this is to complete the widening, right? Because isn't Chambers already, 4 lanes, like at 113th and 104th, but in between it's 2 lanes?
That's correct. It's just to complete it'll mirror what's on the east side, basically.
Okay.
The eastern lanes.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I want to advocate for both. I think Councilwoman Noble has a great point that 96 still has to be a primary priority. But I think there's so many opportunities to do both. There's a Safer Routes to School program ran by NASA Birmingham and Elisa Benvato at CDOT that gives out grants for Safer Routes to School all the time. That's all they do. And so I think that could potentially partially fund an underpass at 96th. And I think we also, let's let me be frank, I obviously care about all the kids that are walking to school at South Lawn, but I also have 2 kids in my daughter's class that one of them lives in Bennett and the other one lives in either the houses or the apartments near the Gaylord Resort. And that's in South Lawn's territory right now. And so, we're obviously not trying to build infrastructure projects outside of our city limits, but there's quite the expanse that area covers, and to be able to cover the safety for the kids everywhere is going to be an incredibly tough thing if we don't partner with the school, not just the school, but the whole district, to try to address some of those issues. Because sure, busing happens sometimes, but now we're going to be busing plowing new routes for those buses, and there's going to be a lot of impacts to that. And so I just want to make sure that we're kind of holistically looking at that safety there. But I think they can both be done. And the reason I say that is simply, the opportunities that probably need to be better communicated from, say CDOT, but the Safer Routes to School program is like a 20-plus-year-old program and is well-funded. And I don't review every application, but I would be shocked if ours isn't one of the best applications based off of the truck route on 96, based off of the immense growth in the area, and then that opportunity to have multiple options to go underneath 96 Avenue to get out of the way of that potentially dangerous traffic. No matter what we do on the surface, it's always going to be dangerous if you have people walking in crosswalks, so on and so forth. So I think that is the only option, is to go under. And I think there's good grant opportunities that we can continue to explore to do that as well.
Great. Thank you. So Councilmember Noble, do you still have a motion on the floor?
Yes, and I do have a question,
Oh,
since I didn't get a chance to talk to Mr. Poe. Mr. Poe, in the grant application to the federal government, what is the justification that you're making for this stretch between 105th and 116th with a golf cart tunnel?
I don't know if there was, spoke to the golf cart tunnel specifically in the grant. It's just for the mobility and for just the multi-mobility that this project will create in that stretch from 105th to 116th. We also have money in the project too. We've actually pulled it out, but for a traffic signal at 117th and Chambers. And we're also, with this project, is going to be consideration for a signal going through that design process at Heartland as well.
Well, it certainly is a dangerous stretch. We're lucky that more hasn't happened there, actually. My understanding was that the developers of the property on the west side of Chambers had removed their golf course option. Can anyone address that, please?
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if they removed it, but at the time they have tabled it due to trying to define funding mechanisms and the city's participation. It's not one that we have actively re-engaged since they tabled it, just due to a number of different matters over an 18-month period. But I assume since, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Poe, that the plans in place were based off of conceptual drawings while thinking about a partnership that obviously did not materialize. That was to still have the golf cart path or underpath as part of that design once and if that 9-hole was to come back to life after being tabled.
Yes, that's correct.
Are private golf carts allowed on the Buffalo Run Golf Course?
Sure.
Mr. Redden?
Thank you for the question. Currently, they are not, but in the process, the conversation of talking about the par 3 golf course on the west side of Chambers, we've had talks about having private carts allowable on the golf course.
Well, now that opens up a whole other can of worms, because there's a whole bunch of people who live in Buffalo Run who would be very excited to hear that they could have golf carts too. And in addition, District 3 Reunion folks would love to have golf carts too. Do we allow golf carts on city streets? I see Chief Guadagnola shaking his head no. We do not allow golf carts on city streets. Okay. I will amend my motion to approve this and remove the golf cart underpass. Approve the resolution, but remove the golf cart underpass from the design plan.
So the issue is that the resolution just authorizes the manager to negotiate the contract. So the design was included as an exhibit.
Okay.
Is my understanding. So I guess you can do a motion to approve the resolution and then indicate your interest to Mr. Rogers.
I'll go back to where I was then.
Yeah.
I'll keep my motion then to table the resolution. If staff wishes to bring it back again for us to vote on it, then we can. So I'm tabling the resolution.
Okay, would you like to table it to a specific time or just as a general?
I'll table it to September.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think, so I had one more question that I forgot to ask, but I think this kind of goes hand in hand with what Councilwoman Noble's bringing up. I too, first of all, I'd love to see that 9-hole par 3 for lots of different reasons, but that's not guaranteed. I haven't seen anything, I know we haven't voted on anything like that. But I do think we're walking into a situation where we're going to need that mobility, similar to 96th. Chambers is our north-south major arterial road in every sense of the word, because 120th is going to continue to expand. 104th, has the traffic it already has. And so that's the north-south connector route. What I don't want to see is, those communities develop on both sides. There's already one on the east side, obviously. And then we have kind of the same mobility issue we do in 96. If we're there building it, I don't think we call it a golf cart path, and I think that's part of what this issue is no one knows if it's actually going to be needed for a golf cart path, but it should be a culvert that that is similar to the tunnel, if you will, culvert that you go through at the current golf course to go underneath 112th. But in doing so, I think we should design a sidewalk right next to it. And so it's like a multi-use trail. So I don't think that there's a need to put concrete or pave it, but if you put a multi-use trail with a sidewalk that is protected by a handrail so nobody on a golf cart can run over a pedestrian, I think it creates a lot of additional uses at that point for wildlife, for bikers, for everybody who's going to be trying to have that mobility to go east to west underneath Chambers as that road continues to widen and have more density and traffic, which unfortunately usually means higher speeds and everything that goes along with that.
This time I'd like let our city manager, Mr. Rogers, speak.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. All great comments from council. Mr. Redden was just reminding me that while it is identified as a golf cart path, we still do have the ability to make adjustments so that it's just not used for golf carts, but it is used for general pedestrian traffic to be able to get across Chambers Road safely in that. And what I would humbly submit is that, once again, we have a general concept. We've not gone into the 15, 30, or 70% engineering for this. And what that gives us is an opportunity to come back to the full council to make a presentation based off of where we're heading with design. And as part of that, once again, you're approving the dollar amount, but you can also still provide me with expectations that when we do come back before you, we can present those options that have been worked through by our consultant or our vendor.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you so much. I see this as a very unnecessary expense, and with all the people who have been coming forward from the south who are in great need, see that we are doing extravagant projects in the north, such as digging a tunnel under Chambers. I don't think they're going to be too happy about it. And I don't blame them.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with all the points that have been brought up. But I think, we hear so much about wanting commercial and wanting economic development, and especially up north. And when you don't have the infrastructure to support that, that is a major, strike against us. So, I think Chambers is a major arterial north and south. And, I might not know it as well as some of you people that live closer to that area, but I think, if we want to think into the future, and that's going to be something that we're going to have to seriously consider and expanding. And I think we can't make the same mistake as 96. We need pedestrian access. So if that design is for pedestrians and not golf carts, I think that is something that's going to be needed, right? Because it's going to be a major thoroughfare. It already is, even though it's 2 lanes, but I think we shouldn't hamstring ourselves on the design and look at the pedestrian access. Don't get me wrong, I'd much rather spend it down south. There's so many areas that need work, but we just have to think about moving forward and making differences that are going to help us achieve those future goals, like the economic development that we want to see. You know, we hear that all the time, that people don't come here because we don't have shovel-ready properties. You know, you don't get the traffic counts. You don't have this or that. So, you know, I'm kind of thinking of it from that standpoint of, you know, what are some of the benefits that this can bring that community? And, you know, I definitely see it as something that's needed, you know, because the last thing I want to see is having, you know, like a Monaco down south here where, you know, it's 2 lanes, it's a major thoroughfare, but the houses and businesses are built right up onto the street. So, you know, there's no ability to expand there. And, you know, we saw 96, we have pedestrian access issues. Well, you know, now's the time to do that planning and get ahead of these issues before they become issues on the back end.
Okay, Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I'm sorry. These are good discussions that are creating more questions, so I'm trying to finish up. Can you guys let me know, is this coming from the NIGID funds, the general funds? Where would this 1.5 million come from?
So the 1.5 million funds are actually coming from the 2K Cinderella bonds that were identified in March of 2022. So what you're finding is that initially we had 13.5 million associated with as our potential half of construction for said roadway, from 105th to 116th. The remaining balance was going to be covered by the Metro District. Once that partnership did not materialize, we still had our 13.5, knowing that we had a budget shortfall of an additional 18 million to be able to accomplish that. So the thought was, while we have that obligation to expend 85% of the total 37.5, if I'm not mistaken, Cheryl, Teresa, in 2K bonds, that it's best for us to have a plan on file that once we do have the remaining balance, we're able to move forward. At the same time, being able to have a design greatly improves our ability to compete for federal grants, knowing that it's a real project and not something that will sit on a shelf and not necessarily be able to move forward. Correct me if I'm wrong with that, Mr. Poe.
That's correct.
So.
All right, so I appreciate that because I think that's a significant part of the understanding. I think this is very similar to the underpass that we did under the railroad on Highway 2 in the south like 2 years ago. Very similar kind of design, culvert type solution. But when we're having this discussion about just the culvert, I'm calling it that because I don't think it's really much different than that. If we remove the culvert from the design, how much is that really saving on design cost? We can go from 1.5 million on a design to maybe 1.35 million?
You're probably looking at anywhere from $50,000 to $70,000 that you'd be saving. It's not a lot. And as we get into the design and we look at the feasibility, if it's not there, that's something we would consider if it's cost prohibitive. But we are trying to provide that connectivity from a pedestrian standpoint. It's not just to serve the golf carts, but you know, this is just to begin the process.
Understand.
So once we get into the design itself, we would have checkpoints with council to let you know what's going on and how the project is being designed. And we're going to have a lot of outreach with this as well, because it does touch a lot of people.
Councilmember Chacon.
I appreciate what everyone's already mentioned, and I really appreciate Councilmember Noble for bringing this up. Honestly, this isn't equitable. It's looking at pedestrian spaces. I'm all about having more pedestrian spaces, especially if it's going to increase mass transit, but it does need to be in the south as well, just as much as the north. How many golf carts are we really discussing? I mean, kind of the tone deafness to talking about pedestrian roadways and pedestrian bridges. It's not everyone's going to have golf carts or access to an actual vehicle. So it's being mindful about how is this going to help alleviate those that want to be able to not use their vehicles or be able to use it in a different way to have mass transit again. So how are we looking at this for the long term? And you said to compete for federal grants, how many of those are we prioritizing disproportionately impacted communities in that type of funding?
Let's see, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Rogers, quick question for you. The previous presentation we had with Ms. Wilson regarding the capital project status list, those are all current active, correct? The majority of those projects are currently active, working through, correct?
That is correct.
So when I look at this, I look at stuff regarding, I don't know, let me just pick one. 56th Avenue, Brighton Boulevard to US 85, improvements to East 56th Avenue from Brighton Boulevard to Vasquez Boulevard to US Highway 85. Or I look at something about, where's the other one I just saw on here? Derby projects, core city infrastructures, Irondale neighborhood plans, all these other things that are out there that are related to the South. These are just all in the hopper currently as well to basically be worked on at some point. So what I mean, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with regards to this specific one that we're talking about now, the widening of Chambers Road from 105th to 112, this is just one of the 120 some odd projects that we currently have.
Yes, sir.
So I guess while I understand, let me be honest, I hate golf. I hate golf with a passion. I tried it and I ended up hitting people's houses. So with that said, I mean, honestly, I think I think this specific project alone, we are just trying to get to that next step of actually getting the the design firm to basically get them on the books to start build out the design as to what it will look like, which at that point you will come back to council with that information to say, this is what we're looking at, which is in turn, we could then talk about the golf cart paths or whatever the case is. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's all I've got then. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Just one last thing, and Councilmember Kim kind of covered one of my questions as far as going ahead with the design plan. But Councilmember Madera had said something about that it would benefit us as far as commercial is concerned. Aren't those all, that area is planned for residential? It's cluster homes and a lot of people, right? And so where does the commercial come into play there?
Well, there is a couple of parcels just north of the King Supers development that could potentially be, I'm not really familiar with the land use in that area, but it could just be the totality of, it's a regional thoroughfare. So it's just not getting economic development in that area, but to get people to and from areas of economic development.
So there's no commercial anticipated for Chambers at all. It's residential.
Yeah, I think there's a small tract that where a signal that's planned just north of the existing King Supers driveway that could potentially have some commercial on the west side of the roadway. But you're right, it is very little.
Yeah, it's for pedestrians or for residents living there who want to walk around in their leisure, because they have a lot of leisure. So if we move ahead with the design, which would include the tunnel, and then we decide that we don't want the tunnel, as the council, how possible or probable is that?
Well, this is like Councilmember Kim said, is just to be able to finalize the negotiation with this isn't about a golf course or an underpass. This is about a roadway. There's a lot more, things about this project. And
Yeah, and I understand the
so
roadway.
it is definitely easy that we can pivot during the design and make any changes at the council's request.
Okay, just, the tunnel being thrown in there was kind of a curveball there. Trying to think of any other questions that I have, so I have to call you back up. Well, I see this more being beneficial to the developer more than to the community as a whole. So I'm going to have to support you with moving forward with the plans because I don't want to hold anything up. But I really hate to see something like that thrown in there, especially when there's grant money involved, because this grant money is going to benefit the developer. Let's face it, that's the bottom line. And, that's the truth. So, I'm not thrilled about this at all, and I really hate it when things are like put in that it's kind of like adding things onto a federal bill that one side wants, and it has nothing to do with the bill. And so that's why I have a little bit of a problem with this, but I'm just speaking my truth. So, but thank you for answering all the questions. I really appreciate it.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I apologize. One final time, I do have a little bit different perspective on this. The bus stops are both on the opposite side of the street, and we currently have a crosswalk through an area that has a very regular speeding. So if you want to get to the bus stop, you have to cross Chambers Road. Or 104th, kind of pick your Frogger battle. But it is, it'll always be there. And when we had that tough discussion about the first kind of plan to try to address this section of roadway, one of the key points that I was trying to make is we are on the hook for the other side. The developer builds on one side, but to finish, so we don't have, roadways with one sidewalk and then the other side is the buck. That's where we're at right now. If we don't give access to the west side of the road, it's until these developments we've heard about that are going to surround King Supers, until those come, that's decades away potentially with the current housing market. And so I just would say the city's always going to be on the hook for the other side until we use NIGID or the others. That's what all cities are on the hook for. And so I do think to be able to access the RTD points where they're at today, you have to have a safe opportunity. Right now, we have the flashing crosswalk that, sure, the flasher is great, but it is in a significantly dangerous area. And that, as that road expands to 4 lanes, we are literally looking at the same thing as 96th. 120th is going to be much busier in the future, and 104th is already really busy. And so what connects those two besides Tower Road? We're going to have the new kind of jaunt off of Tower Road, so Chambers is going to become more popular because it's a direct point. I just don't want us to be looking at impacting the future while we're already there, kind of doing the dirt work, doing all of those things, because sure, if a developer comes in and we require this, and they have to pay for it, that's fine, but we're also going to have to tear up Chambers Road after we've already done it. And so that also has pretty significant impacts to mobility for a long-term project, because you don't just get to tear up the road and build a culvert overnight. So I I could care less if the golf course, this impacts the golf course or not, and I could care less if it's, just wide enough to fit a bicycle and one other person in there. I mean, it's just small culvert is what I'm saying. But I do think there's, just let's get in front of the issue, whether it just becomes houses or not. I think the importance of Chambers Road will continue to grow, and it's right up there from the north side of our town. It's right up there as one of the more important roads, because what's the next closest north-south? Tower Road or Highway 2? We've already done $50 million investments there. So just want to, again, advocate for both. 96 gets a tunnel, like the one on Highway 2. Find another location in the south, we'll do that one too. I think these are huge in terms of separating pedestrian traffic, whether they're on bikes, on foot, on these like Lime scooters that people are jamming around on, whatever the case may be, separating them from traffic in the future is going to continue to be, I think, a challenge for us. And so let's just try to get it in the design, and then we can debate it then on its uses and how big it should be, and what it'll ultimately turn out to be. But I think it's important to at least consider it for the pedestrian mobility on that corridor.
Councilman Noble, can you restate your motion?
Yes, I want to restate my motion because I think it's been misunderstood. My motion is to table the resolution until September and remove the language about the golf carts. I can't vote for something that has golf carts in it. Just last week, I was at Quebec by Adams City High School, and there were droves of kids crossing Quebec, going from Valero across to the high school, and there is no tunnel there. There's no tunnel there. So I can't vote for something that says we're going to build a tunnel for golf carts. I see Parks and Rec standing there, which means that there is very much a conversation going on about this being for golf carts. So I'm only asking to table this until September to bring back language to us that doesn't include golf carts for the underpass.
Just to clarify, Councilmember Noble, and apologies if this was for my direction. So you can move to table, or you can move to potentially amend the resolution. But with respect to golf carts, I believe, if anything, and I wouldn't know because I'm not familiar with the design, potentially that's in the design, which council is not voting on. You're just voting on the resolution, which is to approve and authorize the city manager to negotiate a contract.
Okay, then on that basis, I will be voting for my own tabling of this.
Okay, and then tabling.
But I still want to do that. That's the whole point of this.
Right.
Is that the presentation says golf carts. We just learned that that is not what has been presented to the federal government for the 30-some million for this project. So it is embedded in this somewhere, and I just don't want to be voting for that when there are so many other road needs in Commerce City. I don't see how to do that. Councilwoman Chacon called it tone deaf. I think there is a certain tone deafness involved in this as well. So yes.
Okay, so then a motion to table without an actual continuance date would go automatically to the next meeting, is my understanding of the procedure. It is now the 21st. I think the 11th is the next regular meeting anyway, so,
That would be correct.
okay, thank you.
And just to be clear, I think I know where you're finding the golf cart underpass. It's not in the resolution or the council communication or the agreement, but we do make reference of it within the PowerPoint presentation to council.
Yes, you do. And because we have no other minutes, Mr. Rogers, we only show votes. Whatever documentation is with our vote is indicative of what we're voting for. If there was actual narrative with our votes, as there used to be when I first came on city council, then maybe this would be made clearer. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So it's only the underlying documentation that any anyone doing research will be able to look at.
Okay, I have a motion, do I have a second? Is your hand up, Councilmember Chacon?
Yeah, I had a quick question. Is there a reason that it's a tunnel instead of pedestrian bridges?
I think it's just relative to the cost of a bridge and clearance over top of a roadway.
Yeah, there's also ADA considerations. If we had a bridge, we'd have to have an elevator so that for inclusivity. So any kind of pedestrian access, we build to ADA so everybody could cross underneath it.
And I would like to second Councilmember Noble's motion.
So I have thank you, a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Yes, I have a motion and a second, yeah, to table till September 11th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? So motion passes 7-0 with 2 absences. Okay, at this time, I am going to call a 5-minute recess. First reading, ordinance 2528, Commerce City 2045 Comprehensive Plan. I would like to invite Jim Tolbert, Assistant City Manager, to introduce the comprehensive plan presentations.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. A little bit of change to the agenda tonight. We are not asking you to consider this on first reading. What we want to do, since we had some questions that you asked, things that you wanted to see changed when we were here on July 24th, John Halsell with our consultant that's been working on this is here. He's going to go over what those changes are, see if you've got any additional questions, and then we're going to push this till September 18th to schedule a public hearing and first reading and try to capture. We've gotten a few additional comments that have come in to the staff in the last week or so that after this got posted that we want to capture and be able to summarize and get to you so you can have all that information and any more that may come in. So again, we're not asking you to vote tonight. We just want to do a presentation to you, update you on where we are, and see what questions you may have so we can move forward. So I'd like John Halsell to join us.
All right, it's nice to be back here this evening in front of you all again. My name is John Halsell with Halsell Levine. We were the lead consultant assisting the city over the last couple of years on the comprehensive plan assignment. So since we had our working session last month and Josh Kuntz, the project manager, and I were here with you and had a good discussion to go through the document, we've taken those changes, comments, directions, into consideration, made some changes to the comprehensive plan in response to your feedback. There was a meeting with the Plan Commission on August 1st, where everything was reviewed, the changes were reviewed, and there was a vote taken that night for a 5-0 unanimous recommendation to approve the comprehensive plan. So to what Jim Tolbert just said, I'm going to go through the changes and give the same basic presentation that we gave at the Plan Commission so you can see what has changed since last time in the document in response to the working session we had here last month. So again, just so it's on the record when we go through this, the project team was Halsell Levine as the lead consultant. We were joined by Tetra Tech, JR Engineering, and Tool Design. Tetra Tech is water and environmental, JR is engineering, and Tool Design is active transportation. What I'm going to go through very briefly, because you've seen a lot of this, I'm just going to go through the changes, but for the record, what is a comprehensive plan? Why adopt one? I'll go through the 2045 summary of revisions since the last time we had our working session, and then talk about what the next steps are, but Jim just went over those. So the first one is why do a comprehensive plan, and what is it? It's Colorado revised statutes, requirements, and sets up the guidelines and requirements for a comprehensive plan. Every state has enabling legislation that allows cities and requires cities to have a comprehensive plan. Every state is slightly different. Colorado reads, a comprehensive plan promotes the community's vision, goals, objectives, and policies, establishes a process for orderly growth and development, addresses both current and long-term needs, and provides for a balance between the natural and built environment. It's not zoning, it is not regulatory, it is a policy document to help guide decision-making over the long term. Here is sort of a slide of your existing comprehensive plan. It was adopted in 2010, so it's about 13 years old. Comprehensive plans are typically written for a 20-year horizon, but they're typically updated every 10 years or so because of the way, especially in changing communities like yours, as it grows and sort of the front range is just seeing a lot of growth and investment and development, that 10 years is right on point to be redoing yours. So we're right in pace with when the comprehensive plan ought to be adopted. Again, what is it? It's a roadmap or a blueprint for the next 2 decades. It reviews existing conditions, issues, and strengths. It identifies community desires, needs, and aspirations. It guides a broad range of topics from transportation to land use development to active transportation to infrastructure to open space community facilities. Again, it is not hyper-detailed in any one of these areas, but is a policy document for several. And it acts as a dynamic document. Things change over time. The comprehensive plan should be considered dynamic It can be revisited. In fact, it should be revisited by staff on a yearly basis to see how it's doing, reporting back to City Council. Every 5 years, you should take a hard look at it to see if it needs a few tweaks to sort of keep it along the road before doing major updates every 10 to 15 to 20 years. Some states require a 5-year update. Colorado does not. Why do a comprehensive plan? These are the main reasons you use a comprehensive plan and how you should use a comprehensive plan, a city. To evaluate and inform development proposals. As a development is proposed in front of Plan Commission staff and City Council, those three groups should be looking at the comprehensive plan to see if what is being proposed is consistent with the vision of the city. Again, there's latitude in how you can interpret the comprehensive plan, but again, it is meant to inform and help evaluate development proposals. It's a foundation for zoning. Planning should come first. If you call for mixed residential or higher densities or TOD in your plan, you have the ability to come in after the plan is adopted to amend your zoning ordinance to help deliver your plan recommendations. So planning typically comes first, zoning amendments and zoning rewrites typically come after a plan is adopted. These next two, I think, are tied, and I'm going to cite a good example of this, to coordinate with local and regional initiatives and to support the CIP and budgeting. In the agenda packet, there was a letter from DRCOG, so the Denver Regional Council of Governments. They were given a copy of this and requested even extra time to review it in detail, the draft. They wrote a letter back to staff commending them on a high-quality document. They specifically noted that they liked the corridors chapter, and they said, don't be surprised if we reach out within a couple of months after adoption to coordinate our team and your team, because they have some pretty exciting initiatives, according to them, that they're trying to get in place prior to the next fiscal, federal fiscal cycle. And they think that DRCOG is doing some things that could help do some of the recommendations that are in this plan for along the corridors. So it might help with some of the discussion we just had and some of the initiatives with regard to safer pedestrian crossings or more equitable mobility from an individual level, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of those recommendations in that corridors framework. And that letter from DRCOG, one, it's nice to know they've read it, they think highly of it, and they're already beginning to think of how the regional financing can help with local efforts in CIP. So those two initiatives, the plan's not even adopted yet, and those two things are beginning to materialize, which is nice to see. It identifies the need for future studies, also mentioned in DRCOG's letter, is that it identifies specifically future things that need to be done that they think DRCOG can help finance and study with. And then to inform and educate the community. It's nice for residents, business owners, developers, families, individuals, whoever, to get a sense of what Commerce City has in mind for itself over the next decade or two, what it would like to achieve, how and why. And this document encapsulates that, so it's good for informing and educating. Again, this is the planning process, 8 different steps. We're now at step 8, adoption. But this is the steps that we've gone through over the last couple of years. It was pretty extensive, a lot of community outreach, and I'll touch about that in a little bit. I now want to go over the changes that have been made since the last time we had a working session with council last month. And these changes were also presented to the Plan Commission that helped get the unanimous recommendation from them a couple of weeks ago. So the structure of the document, this is what it is. There are 13 chapters. Chapters 4 and 5 really lay the plan framework with goal, vision, core principles, goals and objectives, and the defining character areas. The character, intensity, and type of development and land use we would like to see across the city and your planning jurisdiction. And then 6 through 12 are those sort of individual plan elements that focus primarily around a core component of the plan on a more specific or focused level. And then chapter 13 is focused on implementation of the plan's recommendations. The revisions to the 519 draft that we had a study session or working session with here, we went through, I'll go through these a little bit. So it reflects feedback from the staff working group, the technical advisory committee, the citizen advisory committee, the plan commission, and then feedback and commentary we got from the council last month. So that included some updates to certain photos, and I'll go through all these in a little bit. Character area and land use table amendments, core principle call-out box updates, new call-out boxes based on some of the commentary we heard, a couple of new recommendations, and then an updated outreach section. So I'm going to go through the photos that we changed that were specifically noted here in the working session with council. We swapped out one of the photos on the cover. Instead of their reunion silo, we put in a civic gathering event. This photo showed a portion of a reunion development. Instead, we put in together another civic event showing community life in Commerce City. There's a recommendation to swap out this photo with a better one. So again, we're trying to focus in on this community life, this engagement of the people who live here and work here and celebrate Commerce City. So we swapped out this photo. We also had a request to put in more photos of some of the more contemporary employment sector uses and industry uses, as opposed to some of the older, more legacy, if you will, industrial uses. So we swapped out the photographs you see on the right-hand side, the color photos. We swapped out some of the photos, some of the older industrial, and put in some of the newer, more contemporary research park, business park types of uses. Did the same thing here with the Chapter 7, Commerce and Employment, swapped it out to reflect some of the newer, more contemporary, recent investment in the employment sector as opposed to the historical. Here's another revised photograph that we did that showed a different train photo, a better one showing rail in the city. One of the other changes that we made is through discussion, Jim pointed out, as did staff, and we and council pointed this out as well. There were a few different land use categories that were incorrect on this table. And this table just shows the character areas, and there are 12 of them, and the typical land uses that are in those character areas. And there was mention made last time with the city council working session we had about commercial should be in most of them as primary or secondary, and that column had some missing points in it. So we updated this chart on this table, and then the corresponding uses in the character area or pages in that chapter. And the primary one is we merged hospitality and travel with commercial uses, and it's defined in the table and in the text. And then it included commercial in each character area, either as a primary or a secondary use. Clearly, and I think what spawned the conversation last time, Council, if you remember, is we were talking about some of the industrial areas. And like you may have distribution or employment or office or business park, but you also might have a restaurant tucked in that business park, or you might have a commercial convenience use tucked in that business park, so employees would have a place to go to get things and whatever. So we re-examined this table with staff to make the corrections we talked about, but those were primarily the corrections that we made. Throughout the document, there are these core principle call-outs, and they're throughout the document in every chapter. And the core principles that were created throughout the course of this in response to community feedback was being a welcoming and equitable city, being a safe, healthy, and livable city, being an economically thriving city, and being an environmentally responsible city. And so while each one of these don't have their own chapter, the way it was presented and the way it was developed over time with the community, staff, plan commission, and advisory committees was to have these core principles throughout the document as themes, if you will. And so throughout the document, in addition to these things being captured in a lot of text, a lot of bullets, a lot of policy, a lot of recommendations, periodically we'll pull one out and make a call-out box to draw attention to it, so you don't have to read through every page of the text to sort of capture some of it. And a couple of the recommendations that were made based off of last time's talking about it was environmental responsibility. And I think this may have come primarily from council members. Chacon had some pretty good feedback, and we're like, a lot of this, what she said was in the document, but you had to read the whole thing to pull some of this out in several different sections. So in this section, this must be a PDF, it's not sliding through, but it says, we put a new one and said industrial land use and environmental responsibility, and I'll read it in case those at home can't. The Commerce City community has expressed a need for environmental responsibility and to address pollution and air quality. These concerns are particularly acute in the interface areas between the city's central and southern neighborhoods, the Suncor refinery, and the other large concentrations of industrial uses in the southern part of the community and along its western edge. To address these concerns, the city is conducting an environmental assessment and dedicated study to determine the health and environmental impacts of the refinery and other industry uses in the community. The comprehensive plan's recommendations and policies support environmental responsibility and the reduction of incompatible land uses. It is anticipated that more detailed studies to mitigate the environmental issues, address environmental equity, and consider community health will be a part of separate environmental assessment efforts. So again, there's a lot of language supporting this notion as a core principle throughout the document, but this is a call-out box we added to further reinforce and emphasize it to maybe a more casual user so that it was more forward-facing. Another additional one that we put in here was inclusion and anti-gentrification in the city's housing and neighborhoods. A lot of the plan in several different areas speaks to reinvesting in the central core, the importance of affordable, livable neighborhoods, and the issues that are unique to them versus, say, some of the new development in the northern portion of the city. And so again, it's replicated in a lot of different chapters in different ways, but we wanted to add another one of these call-out boxes to, again, put it a little bit more forward-facing so you wouldn't have to read everything to see where it is in the document. And I'll read this for the record. Inclusion and anti-gentrification in the city's housing and neighborhoods. Gentrification involves the displacement of longtime residents. As new people move in, housing is improved, and new businesses are established. It is a complex issue with no easy solutions, but there are several ways Commerce City can anticipate and address its negative impacts, including protecting and investing in affordable housing, supporting and partnering with community-based tenant and resident organizations, and promoting diversity and inclusion in each of the city's neighborhoods. The policies and recommendations found in the Housing and Neighborhoods chapter fit with this direction and are intended to support, not displace, the people and cultural institutions that rely on the city's attainable neighborhoods. So again, this references some of the other locations in the plan where this text exists, but we wanted to call it out in an additional one. So these two are additional, sort of those core value call-out boxes. And when we do these call-out boxes, and there are several of them, we tie them, you can see the red dot, hopefully, we tie them into which core value it is. When the core values are introduced, there's a little icon for each one. So whenever there is a call-out box, we tie them back to the core value of which it is most relatable. I don't know if I have the ability to call on Councilmember Chacon has her hand up. I don't know.
Can you go ahead and finish the presentation?
Okay, all right. There were some new recommendations. Also, there's a handful of recommendations we put in here in a few different places. So these, you can see highlighted in yellow is the recommendation that was added and the page it was added onto. So this recommended addition here is to make it easy to do business throughout the city by streamlining the permitting process, providing resources so entrepreneurs can find access to capital, to strategically providing tax breaks. Another recommendation here is involve the city's lower income and minority populations in environmental decision-making, ensuring that everyone has a voice and the resources needed to weigh in on decisions about industrial land uses, freight transportation, and other policies that can affect their environment. Another one on page 163 is to consider adopting a land acknowledgement statement that recognizes the tribes and native communities who once owned the land on which Commerce City is located. Another recommendation on 164 states to use the city's public art, this is the public art section, use the city's public art program to celebrate the region's tribes, native communities, and indigenous cultures. And another one, work with the Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs to vet public art and encourage festivals and educational programs that honor the region's tribes, native communities, and indigenous cultures. So those were added recommendations amongst all the other recommendations we had in those chapters. This is the updated and revised outreach updated section. So this summarizes all of the outreach that was conducted over a fairly challenging couple of years of outreach. It was incredibly robust. Big thanks to Commerce City planning staff that did a lot of these events in a very challenging environment over pre, during, and post-COVID. So big thanks to them. But it has up here all the outreach that was done, the different mediums through which outreach was undertaken, the number of in-person events, there were 48 of them throughout the city, and the total number of overall points of engagement at just over 36,000. And this is just a zoom in of that new summary page that's in the comprehensive plan. Again, approval and adoption is where we are right now. As Jim Tolbert just said, we're not looking for action this evening. There was a meeting on Tuesday, August 1st with the Planning Commission regular meeting where we had a discussion. We made this presentation. They provide commentary and voted on it 5-0 to recommend to the planning from the Plan Commission to City Council for adoption of the Commerce City 2045 Comprehensive Plan. So tonight we're presenting the changes that we presented to the Plan Commission when they made that recommendation. We've since also gotten feedback fairly recently from Denver Airport. Overall, they were extremely supportive and complimentary of the plan. They had a handful of changes, nothing of substance. It was pretty minor stuff. Like we refer to the airport as DIA, Denver International Airport. Since when you go to, the airport is actually called DEN, that's, they want it replaced in the document as that, not DIA, things like that. So, and there were a few other things they wanted to do. So we were working through those with staff. They're all very, very minor. We already know we can address them. They don't substantively change the document, its recommendations or its policies. So overall, a very supportive document or letter or feedback from the airport with minor things that we can tweak. It's mostly wordsmithing. So with that, I'll turn it over to any questions you might have, but that's the presentation that we gave to the Plan Commission. I wanted to give you all the same one that they had when they voted for it.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, do any council members have any questions? And I see Council Member Chacon has her hand up.
Very humbled and grateful for the inclusion. So thank you. I've been wanting to bring a land acknowledgement to council eventually as well too. So I would love to forward the latest one that I have for the Denver Indian Commission. It's a couple years old, so I can see if they want to update anything about it. But that one has been a really pivotal one that we've used in a lot of spaces, including the EJ Act. I also was interested and really grateful for the industrial land and environmental impacts. As I mentioned, I'm on the cumulative impacts for our equity analysis of cumulative impacts co-commissioner. Is there any way that we can link the EJ Act in that space so people can learn more about these type of policies and how it affects them too?
Is that a question for me or one for staff? I don't know if it was maybe I didn't hear it correctly. If we could link what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
The SB 1266 EJ Act. So people can even know what these acts are, why we're involving environmental concerns now in this way, and what could be potential cumulative impacts they can learn about.
So, John, she's asking whether or not we can make reference points to most recent environmental justice state law and tie that into our vision at the local level.
Sure. I mean, if that's the direction of council, we can very easily do that. We can make that direct connection and tie into the document in the vision statement if we'd like to. There may be some other places in the document we can do that if you think in going through it where it might be as or more appropriate. So that's a change that we can easily do. I was really glad that you made the comments you did at the last working session, and especially on a couple of them. One, first, your comment about the language about indigenous, the acknowledgement. We have language similar to this in different states, and everyone has slightly different language that it's most comfortable with depending on the history and the culture of the indigenous people from that region or from that state. So very eager to see what the best languages we ought to be using or council should be considering. And I particularly like, so again, thank you for your feedback, but I particularly like the acknowledgement of the inclusion of making sure that the people who are most impacted by environmental decisions have a seat at the table when those things are being attempted to be mitigated and or decisions are being made. I think for far too long, people most impacted had the least or non-voice. And if we can embed the policy or the expectation that land use and development decisions in the areas around the people most impacted have a chance to be heard, I think that's important. That's the way it should always be, but unfortunately, that's not the history we've been dealing with. So I appreciate your comments. It means a lot. So thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I can link you to the Denver Indian Commission 2's land acknowledgement if they can help with proper language use, because that was created with the local tribes as well.
That would be great. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yes, thank you. You know, I'm a transportation planner by profession, so I think you guys have done a fantastic job. I do have a couple areas of concern, and it's pretty unique to Commerce City, so I don't expect it to be like a common planning practice, but we have several regulations that we'll never have a say in that are going to impact Commerce City greater than any other city in Colorado. And so federal policy and state policy on reformulated gasoline puts all of the weight on our back here in Commerce City, which means significantly more truck traffic. So reformulated gasoline is a big worry for me in the near future. Electrification, the Clean Truck Act passed in April, that changes the entire landscape of Commerce City. And if we lose the businesses that will be impacted by that, a significant piece of our budget is gone. And then the one key policy that I just want to make sure everybody understands is the demand for reduction of vehicle miles traveled by commercial motor vehicles per trip. 2050, we're supposed to have 8.6 million people in Colorado. We are the transportation hub of the entire state. That means we're going to have 2.5 times amount of tonnage to move by truck, and it's all going to be felt by this general area for the entire state. I'm not saying you guys discounted that at all. I just want us to understand the seriousness and kind of the weight behind that. That is not, I mean, sure, we are home rule, and we'll continue to be home rule, and I think we have a very good foundation for arguments there. But our location's probably our largest inhibitor in our ability to fight that. When we are centrally located to every major interstate and truck route in the state, we don't have a lot of pushback on that because all of the other national and state goals are reliant on that ability to build facilities that have immediate access to those interstates. And so I just want us to understand what we're walking into. We're not seeing it today, but it is not just on our doorstep, it's walked in the front door now. And those things are on the ballot next year, potentially, not this one coming up, but the one next year. There's already plans and fundraising happening for those things. And so the impacts of those will be felt here more than anywhere else in the state. And so I just want us to be in front of that and considering that in the comprehensive plan. Not easy to predict what happens in the future, but understanding the impacts of some of those regulatory changes, it will be important for us to be successful in comprehensive planning over the next 10 years.
Right. If I can just respond real quick, Councilmember Hurst brings up a couple of good points. First, I think it's important to know for people who may not have been here at the last meeting, they may not know this, but the city is currently in the process at the early stages of or about to initiate some compendium studies that are going to allow the city to get into much more detail on a few different key things. One of them is an economic development strategic plan, which is being undertaken or soon will be. I don't know what the status or where it is in the pipeline. A transportation master plan, and that will be able to get into the weeds, Councilmember Hurst, on some of the things that you talked to a little bit more than the comprehensive plan had the breadth or the ability to get into, which is very, very important. The other one is a parks, recreation, and golf master plan. So all three of those plans will dovetail with the comprehensive plan, but will allow the city with different teams to get into really hyper detail on a lot of those things. So just to know that that's coming. But the other thing you point out, I think, is important for the city to really fully understand and embrace the notion of. In my initial presentation, I said the comprehensive plan is dynamic and things change over time. It can't be perceived as a rigid document. It is a guiding document. And you bring up a couple things that I think are a good case in point, and that is the transportation landscape, depending on some pending legislation and other things, could change rapidly, changing the footprint of impact of and demand for transportation services and infrastructure in Commerce City. All right, you are at a national crossroads, a state crossroads, and the Front Range is booming, and you are at the heart of all three of those. So as conditions change over time, approaches in the comprehensive plan, because like you said, it's not a crystal ball. We can only do on the best information that we have. Conditions may change that may require the city to recalibrate some aspect of the plan to be nimble enough to respond to market conditions or demands going forward. Transportation is one of them. Another one may be housing. Depending on some state pending housing legislation that was sort of floated up last year, didn't pass, but will likely come back again, it could change how, from a regulatory perspective, residential has changed, not just residential zoning districts, but even commercial. So when that happens, the comprehensive plan may have to go back, working with staff, and say, boy, there's a few things we may need to recalibrate a little bit. So your point is well noted. The transportation detail is coming in the plan that the city is about to embark on, the transportation master plan. And it's a good sort of shot across the bow of the city needing to be nimble enough to respond to market conditions as they present themselves, because things change beyond the city's control. And regardless of who ticked over that first domino, you've got to be able to respond to that if it's going to impact the city. So thanks for those comments, because that's a good thing for everybody to be aware of. Things don't stay the same. They change, and sometimes fast. So.
Yeah, thank you for that follow-up. I think, and that's really all I'm trying to do is just create awareness. And I think the key thing for us is that we'll still always have a voice. It's just, to comply with the regulations that are in front, to meet the demands of kind of the current economy that we have right now. There's literally no other spot on the map that works right now. So I'm in charge of the statewide freight plan. That's why I'm talking about this. But if you look at a map of where these possible locations will be, they're all within about 15 miles of where we're sitting. So it's, that is like for the entirety of the future of Colorado, except on the western slope and maybe an area like Grand Junction or Mesa County. So it is going to, the impact's going to be felt. And I just want us to be aware of that, because comprehensive plans lead to zoning. Zoning leads to kind of the bigger fights that are potential in this discussion.
Absolutely. And it's interesting, cities often think freight is a local issue. It's not. It's not a regional issue. It's not a state issue. It is a national issue. And I would say the organization that has done the most to increase its collaborative nature in the last 15 years has been DOTs. State DOTs used to be the biggest guy in the room, and they were challenging to work with. But over the last, I'd say 10 to 12 years, state DOTs have gotten infinitely better to work with, to find creative solutions as they cut through local municipalities, even though the objectives are different. DOTs focus on moving regional traffic through an area, hard stop. Cities have to contend with sense of place, walkability, local commerce, and sometimes those can be conflicting objectives along a DOT-controlled right-of-way. But DOTs have gotten way, way, way better at working creatively along its corridors than they used to be even a decade ago. So some things you're out of control, but you just got to do the best of what you got. So.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Alan Thomas. Following Councilmember Hurst, I just have to keep thinking back to our motto, a quality community for a lifetime, and I can't think of anything more antithetical to a quality community for a lifetime than becoming the freight mecca of Colorado. I don't see how that's the least bit compatible with human beings and living here. We hear it all over Commerce City, how it's already a problem. So how we have done a comprehensive plan that looks out to 2045 without also addressing this issue is probably a big gap. I have seen in reading the Colorado laws on this that it does include transportation on these comprehensive plans. So it doesn't make sense to me that we will be asked to approve a comprehensive plan before the transportation plan is done. It should be part and parcel of the comprehensive plan, at least according to the state law. The other question I have, well, that wasn't a question, was it? That was a statement. I had asked about Tower Road last time and commercial along that strip at 96th and 104th and so forth. And I am also referring to the west side of Tower Road, not the east side of Tower Road. And I don't know what happened to that. and how I can assure residents in that area that there are going to be retail pods for them, walkability and so forth. What are they walking to?
Was that a question or a statement?
Yes, what are they walking to? Where is the commercial and retail that I asked about last time on the west side of Tower Road?
Yeah, the commercial here in some parts goes west of Tower Road, but it doesn't go west of Tower Road at 96. We talked about, and we can change it, we talked about making that red line go over a little bit so it's on both sides of Tower Road down to 96.
Right,
So,
that
yeah,
was
we
a
can do that.
question. Yes, that needed to be done, and it's not part of this discussion tonight.
Okay, we can take care of that.
Yeah. Also, between 104th and 112th on the west side of Tower Road. That's supposed to be Reunion Center. It's really difficult to sign off on a document that continues to ignore the residents of that area.
Yeah, I'll go back and check the GIS. It looks like the commercial is right there. I'll have to double check to see if it hits the west side or if it's just the east side at 104th. But it's there. I'll also double check the GIS. There's no parcel lines at that level, and that's intentional. But I can go back and double check.
Yeah, and it would need to be, so west of Tower Road, west of High Plains Parkway, whatever concept we're thinking about. The other issue I have is that when we're doing land use hearings and stuff, frequently it comes up, this is in the comprehensive plan. This is a land use in the comprehensive plan. But you're saying it is not binding, basically. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so let me try to see if I can articulate this. The comprehensive plan has great legal standing, all right? Both in terms of it being used as an evaluative tool and also as a means to guide zoning amendments proactively or new zoning upgrades. You're telegraphing to the development community, this is where we want development of different types. That doesn't mean like zoning. Let's say someone can come in with a residential piece of property and petition to rezone it to commercial. They have the legal right to do that, even if the zoning is residential. They can petition to change the zoning. So this is meant to guide it. And the land use dovetails with a lot of other objectives in other chapters. So it's not as linear as like, they say you can do commercial, this parcel says commercial, I want to put in a 12 bin or a 12 bay car wash. You can say, yeah, well, it shows commercial, but over here it clearly talks about the character of commercial as being pedestrian oriented, not auto oriented, blah, blah, blah. So we don't think a car wash is a great idea there. But that goes back to the zoning, all right? That's why zoning is so important to do after a comprehensive plan. A comprehensive plan is a guiding document. It helps to inform discussion. But a developer will look at this and say, here's what the comprehensive plan says. Here's why we think our proposal either does or does not comply with the intent of the comprehensive plan. As staff, plan commission, as council, you then have the ability to say, I disagree with your interpretation, or that's not at all right. It's very clear that's not what we want there. But this is your telegraphing fair certainty, the development community, to the neighbors, to the residents, what type of development you want where. The zoning will come in and delineate the specific requirements of what you can and can't do, specifically what uses, if it's a conditional use, a permitted use, setbacks, truck bays, whatever. That's all zoning. So when a developer comes forward with an idea, it should match the comprehensive plan's intent, and it should match the zoning that is on the ground. It's two things. One is regulatory, one is a guiding document to help make decisions and evaluate considerations. So.
I'll read from state law about the general plan. The general character, location, and extent of community centers, town sites, housing developments, whether public or private, the existing, proposed, or projected location of residential neighborhoods, and sufficient land for future housing development for the existing and projected economic and other needs of all current and anticipated residents of the county or region, and urban conservation or redevelopment areas, if a county or region has entered into such agreement, may be incorporated. But all of those things are not shown in a character area. A character area is like this long balloon, and there's a whole smorgasbord of uses that are allowed. So if I am a home buyer coming into Commerce City and I'm buying in a new neighborhood, and I'm buying on the edge of the new neighborhood, which is generally a mistake, but say I'm buying on the edge of the new neighborhood, I can't look up what is planned for that area according to future land use because it's this giant blob of multiple uses because it's a character area. So there is no certainty for me of what will be beyond my backyard. It might be a large multi-unit building, for all I know. It might be commercial. We have not defined any of these areas because of the way this comprehensive plan has been laid out. And for that reason, it would be very difficult for me, even though there's lots of really great parts, and I particularly love the contributions that Councilmember Chacon has made, but it would be very difficult for me to support a comprehensive plan that doesn't have more guidance and more direction in it than this does.
Well, a couple things. This absolutely meets state statute requirements for comprehensive planning, even off the definition that you read. We've taken the same approach for other cities and counties in Colorado and won the state's top planning award for those, same place-based approach. So it absolutely meets state requirements. What you're sort of anticipating is a parcel-specific land use category. That's not the place type or the character area approach. For larger cities, it's trending away from the parcel specific in order to be more flexible to the market and to get better character development based off the input from Plan Commission staff and city councils. So it meets all the requirements of the state. It identifies the character and locations of these types of uses. It doesn't say it has to be parcel specific. Zoning is parcel specific. This informs the character of development by area. Zoning then can come in as a tool on how city thinks the tools of zoning can best help implement the plan. But the place-based approach or the character area approach does comply with state requirements. It does articulate the character and types of land uses in different areas of the city.
Let's take the northern character area. What are the boundaries of the northern character area? What are the street boundaries of the northern character area?
Not all areas are bounded by streets, especially in areas that haven't
Does
developed
that
yet.
one have some that you could possibly go by? Maybe Ms. Jones has that. Do you have some idea what the boundaries would be? I'm trying to get to the size of these in terms of not having much definition within them.
So in terms of size, they're quite large. The northern neighborhoods extends from 96th Avenue at the north side of the Wildlife Refuge to the northern boundary of the city. East, not quite as far as Tower. It varies. It sort of follows the geography of E470, and then it does go west to include River Oaks and River Run and Bell Creek.
Thank you very much. Very large. Without a vision, there is no vision written into the comprehensive plan for what we want to see in that area. And I find it problematic and indicative of the problem of not having enough conversations in the community. That's part of the problem. I see that there were 1,500 people who were contacted, and of the 36,000 or 35,000 that was mentioned to us at the last session, included in that 35,000 number are 27,000 connected Commerce City newsletters. That means that 27,000 recipients of that newsletter would actually read the newsletter and read that particular article. But it doesn't ask them what their vision is. You know, it's not a conversation about that. I've done this before. I've been part of this process before, and it's very disturbing to me the way that this is coming down, because I have such a commitment to the future of Commerce City that it just means a lot to me that it hasn't been done in a more deliberative and thoughtful way.
Councilmember Noble, if I could, each one of the character areas has a description. Doesn't say vision, but that's really what it is. If you look at the northern neighborhoods, it talks about they include residential areas principally located in the northern range, characterized by a mix of single-family, da-da-da-da. And then as it continue to develop, they should include a mix of housing products such as attached homes, duplexes, townhomes, accessory dwelling units. The neighborhood should be distinct places of unique local character, include cross-neighborhood trail connectivity, integrated green space, and access to public parks and gathering spaces. Pedestrian connectivity, residential scale neighborhood, commercial uses at perimeter locations, and anti-monotony policies for new home development should be encouraged. I would argue, having done these things for 40-plus years, that the way that the world is moving towards a character or place-based is much more definitive, much more visionary than putting yellow on a map and with a bunch of parcels and say that's going to be single family. And then people get into arguing about which one's single family, which one's two family, which one's three family. This gives some flexibility so the council can make good decisions based on, again, not just the color on a map, but all the policies that fall in place to support these.
Was there discussion of town centers, recreation, schools, et cetera, in your description of the northern neighborhood? Parks?
Public parks and gathering spaces, green space, trail connectivity.
What about retail, town centers,
Retail,
entertainment?
yes, ma'am. Residential scale neighborhood, commercial uses at perimeter locations. And
At
so-
perimeter locations? What's
Right,
that?
it's not anticipating going into the middle of a subdivision with commercial, but at the key locations on the appropriate streets and in the appropriate areas having commercial development. And again, there are other policies that would guide where you put those things.
Walkability, bicycling, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am. Integrated trail systems, connectivity, all those things are mentioned.
Okay, the northern neighborhood, Mr. Tolbert, and I know you have a tremendous experience, and we're very lucky to have you here. I completely understand that. The northern neighborhood is far too huge. It is very wildly different. I mean, I'd love to have those read for each of the different neighborhoods that you've done, or the southern neighborhoods. We still have people in the audience who are representing the southern neighborhoods as well. But in the parts where you won't read it out loud, you know, when you didn't say it, you said, et cetera, but I just am not, I'm not keen on this at all. And it's not about not being forward-thinking. I completely believe in place-based planning and TODs and you name it. But we don't have transportation up here, and there's a lot that we need to do, and we're doing the cart before the horse.
Well, we do have transportation, but it's a comprehensive planning level, it's a high level, and that's why the Transportation Master Plan will come in and do the more detailed level of that, really get into the analysis. The comprehensive plan is more of a high-level look when it comes to those things than it's not a detailed plan. It's not intended to be. So that's why it's being done the way it was determined to be done 4 years ago when we started. I mean, there will
I
be a
appreciate that.
detailed-
I'm just not in favor. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do any other council members have any questions? Yeah, thank you for the presentation.
You bet, thank you.
Moving on to administrative business.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem, we need a motion to continue for that ordinance.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I am looking for a motion to continue ordinance 2528. Councilmember Hurst,
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a specific date? I think we were looking at the 18th.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you, until September 18th. Well, do they need to amend that, or, okay. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0 with two, wait a minute, motion passes, and two absentees. Okay, now moving on to administrative business. We have Early Childhood Partnership Annual Breakfast Sponsorship Request, and I'm the one that's requesting this. An early childhood partnership of Adams County invests in early childhood as a whole community and creates better outcomes for each child, family, and community and state. They have a vision that every family can meet their potential to succeed. The event provides opportunity for community partners to gather, enjoy a delicious breakfast, and focus on our shared vision where all or nearly 35,000 children under the age of 5 living in Adams County and their families are valued and to achieve a healthy and thriving life. Last year, the city sponsored a $1,000 sponsorship, which is a gold level sponsorship. I'd like to make a motion that we do the same thing and sponsor the gold level again for $1,000 this year. So I'm looking for anyone in. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Noble.
I will second that.
I have a motion and a second for the Early Childhood Partnership Annual Breakfast. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Are there any other council members that have administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. On Friday, the Environmental Protection Agency announced that it had reached a settlement with Suncor Energy. This was based on the December 2019 Catalyst event, if you will. The EPA's inspection took place over 3 days in September 2020 and found Suncor failed to timely report 2 chemical releases and failed to report sulfuric acid in its industrial batters to the local emergency responders. Suncor also failed to allow multiple safety procedure required under the Clean Air Act's Risk Management Program, which is a place to prevent accidental chemical releases that can harm public health and the environment. The settlement agreement was for $300,000, give or take. And I just wanted to make the point that the revenue for 2023 for Suncor was $39+ billion. That $300,000 calculates to 4 seconds of Suncor revenues. That is a mere slap on the wrist. I would like to make a motion for staff to prepare a letter from the City Council to the appropriate EPA parties to express our strong disappointment in the slap on the wrist settlement with Suncor for the 2019 Catalyst event, violations of safety, and lack of transparency.
Councilmember Douglas?
I would like to second that, please.
I have a motion and a second to, for staff to prepare a letter from the City Council to the appropriate EPA parties as stated in her motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Any other council members with any administrative business? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'd like to just, I guess I'll end up running a motion, but it's really just advocate that we communicate to our community on our position on what we intend to do and where we're at in the process on addressing the homelessness issue in our community. I appreciate everybody coming up, and I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding as to coming up tonight to talk about it, but I don't want to ignore it. I do think, as I stated last week, I went on a ride-along that focused on the south side of the city last weekend, and I saw several of the issues. You know, it's a regional problem. You know, we can potentially go out and clean up some of these spaces, but that's not solving the problem. It's pushing it somewhere else. We all live in the regional community, not just our own city. And so, one of the things I'm going to continue to advocate for is that we continue to work on regional approaches. Doesn't mean we don't do our own thing here, but again, and I've already set some things in motion through Dr. Cog, but I advocate that we work closely with Denver City Council and their kind of city staff, as well as some of our other neighbors. But with the investments that Denver's making into their program that are so near our border, those things also will require our resources at times, and then vice versa. Their resources will be required as well for things that are occurring just on their border that may have started in Commerce City. But Jason and I have had conversations that it just hasn't been easy to get a seat at that table, whether it's conflict of schedule and more. I do think a regional partnership is one key facet to taking the next appropriate steps. I'm not suggesting we're going to solve it overnight, but ultimately, I'd like us, whether it's tonight or in the future, to run a motion with some exact plans to move forward. I don't want to speak for this whole council, so I'm not going to. I don't know the best way to put this, but really, if anything, I would advocate that the city is also part of trying to do that outreach with Denver and some of your peers that are working on these issues, and I think that would be huge for us to learn their bigger strategy, because we continue to hear some in the news, we hear some in the newspaper. I talked to Councilmember Flynn at Dr. Cog, and when I started talking to him about their recently reported investments that are pretty close to our city's border, and I'm not knocking him because he did go into a bunch of their other strategies. He didn't really know any of the details about the one that just specifically came out. And so I think it's a big issue in Denver. They're not all going to know every detail about every ward that they have. And so I think it's would be very beneficial to our city to try to advocate for a sit-down meeting with their team and really make some headway on what we're going to do next, because I agree that all of these different ideas with their ARPA funding all may be good, but we may not be able to do all of them. So we really need to figure out what the next steps are, what those long-term costs may be. But as I pointed out in the past, Denver spent $350 million last year and are asking for $150 million more on top of that for this year for their homelessness program. So that's $500 million, and that's 5 times our entire city budget. And so I don't think we have the same type of resources that they would have. And so I do think it would benefit kind of everybody in the region if we all work together on solving that. So I guess it's in response. I didn't want us to not respond to the great comments that we heard tonight. And so I don't have a clean motion to come out of this, except to say I'd really like to advocate for us to really take the lead on that regional discussion, because it doesn't seem like we've been invited to all the things that are happening.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Alan Thomas. In response to that, I last week attended Mayor Mike Johnston's town hall in Green Valley Ranch. And Councilmember Stacy Gilmore's comment when I walked in and they saw me and they knew who I was and invited me to have a front row seat. It was like, oh, here comes Commerce City, and now all our problems are solved because they're so compassionate in Commerce City that they're going to help us out. That was the feeling I got, and I was pretty much right about it, because when she spoke, she was like, oh, we have to speak to the mayor of Commerce City, and we have to speak to the mayor, or we have to talk to the council people in Aurora. So when it got to where I finally got to say something, and it was a 30-second lightning round just question, I asked, why aren't any of your locations that you've identified, why aren't they near Lakewood or Inglewood or any of those other places? It was a lightning round question, and so my question wasn't answered. But here's something from the Axios. The map showing the 197 eligible locations follows Denver's inverted L, referring to the areas largely home to city's Black and Latino residents. It includes people living north of Interstate 70 and west of Interstate 25, and primarily consists of working-class neighborhoods. And this was from the mayor's homeless resolution team. Here's a flashback. Residents in Gloveville, they're neighboring to us, but they're also working class, largely Latino now, and some Black residents, but hardworking people that are trying desperately to stay in the homes that they have been living in for years, subjected to all kinds of pollution, and it says residents in Gloveville, one of the neighborhoods with a large concentration of potential sites, organized in 2019 in opposition to a tiny home village, with people at the time saying they felt pressured to host it. And so what I'm seeing is that they look at us as a community that might not speak up and raise a ruckus by shouldering the responsibility of everyone else. I do not want that to happen to our residents. And with the survey that came out, we don't know who answered the survey, where they come from. And so, like somebody said earlier, there wasn't a solid objective in what that survey was trying to accomplish. And so we have to address this. We have to think about this. And we have to think about this ahead of time before everybody else makes plans for us, because that's what always happens. So I was amazed and glad to see the people who came out tonight, because the survey was out there. A lot of those people didn't get it, they didn't know about it, but the word of mouth spread, and there was one resident that put a flyer together so that she could walk the neighborhood and let people know. But you can't do anything about something that you don't know about. So you have to inform the people who are going to be impacted or possibly impacted, unless somebody protects them. You know, I wouldn't want to be a single mom with 3 kids, with the kids coming in with needles from the front yard. And that's happening. That is happening right now. So yes, we got to work regionally, but we cannot be the dumping ground for this. We can't be. We cannot do that to our residents. And this is evidence of what happens all the time to disproportionately impacted communities, and that's why we're disproportionately impacted, because nobody stands up for us. But I'm willing to do that. This is my watch, and this is what I will do on my watch for the people that I was elected to represent. So yes, we do have to work regionally, but we've got to stand up for ourselves as well.
Councilmember Hurst?
And I just, Councilwoman Douglas, I just want you to know that that's my intention, is that we need to be in a room where our voice is strong. What you just said right there, that passion is what I want them to see. Because it is easy to just, we've talked about this for a long time, to be like the little brother, little sister of Aurora and Denver, where we're getting whatever's left over. They're going to push their issues onto us because no one's going to say anything. That's not the case anymore. We aren't going to allow for that. And I think, getting into that type of room and that type of setting, getting public feedback, getting all of that so we can hear and get on the same level ground about, okay, if this is one of the areas, show us why that makes the most sense and how we're going to protect, and I don't think there'll be good answers, honestly. And so I think that will highlight exactly your question, why this area and why not others? There's a lot of great places around the metro that can be redeveloped into opportunities. And so the other piece to that is we're also a smaller but growing community that doesn't have the same level of resources as some of the other communities in the Denver metro that can possibly help out in solving some of these issues. And so I agree with you 100% and want us to take a position where we can be the loudest voice in the room if necessary. And your passion, and I think the passion of the 8 others on this council, would become pretty evident pretty quickly in that scenario. And that's the real reason I'm advocating for it. And I will tell you the angle that in which I took the approach. Councilmember Flynn is on DRCOG. He's been there a long time. He represents the southwest portion of Denver, so it's maybe why he didn't know all the details, but that's just the avenue in which I was trying to get in with them. But I also think Dominic Moreno's new position as...
Excuse me, I'm going to kind of interject. We're in an administrative business too, so you want to...
Understand. I'm just trying to get back to to respond to what what we heard in public comment today. And so I just want to make sure that we find this avenue to start to develop answers, because I think we've had lots of good ideas, lots of good options, but now it's time to really pinpoint how we're going to do this, because as we're hearing, if we're not doing it now, then we're kind of, what's the point? Because it's happening right now. It's been happening yesterday and last week and last month. So if we continue to kind of debate over where these funds are going to go, we're going to continue to let this issue build. And so, not pointing fingers at anybody, I just think we should really progress this conversation forward quickly.
Councilmember Noble.
And I will hope that as many of us will be there as possible at the Bridge Summit next Wednesday. That will be held with the cities of North Glen, Thornton, Arvada, Broomfield, Federal Heights, Brighton, Westminster, Commerce City, and Adams County on the issue of housing stability. It's at 4 o'clock, and it will be held in North Glen. But you can find it on the calendar. It's on August 30th. I am RSVP to attend, but I would love if Councilmember Douglas could go, because she really expressed it well.
Okay, I would like to also bring up one item under administrative business. Last Thursday, August 17th, I went for a ride-along with a code enforcement inspector for 2 hours. This was my first ride-along observing the new software program called Central Square being used, and it was the most frustrating one for the employee and myself out of all my previous ride-alongs. The employee informed me he was frustrated. The employee also stated that since the new software started being used, starting May of this year, nothing has worked correctly. We started the ride-along, and the code enforcement inspector noted a code violation. The inspector opened their laptop to proceed to write the code violation, and the internet was not working in the computer, and the new software, Central Square, would not work. The inspector spent 45 minutes at one address attempting to get a citation number to go with the code violation. The inspector even moved the vehicle around several times in an attempt to connect to the internet. After 50 minutes, the computer finally generated a citation number once the internet connected. The inspector proceeded to go to the house next door, and the same thing occurred and kept occurring during my ride-along. The inspector had to get out of the vehicle and had to give verbal citations if the resident was not home. He had to give verbal citations. If the resident was not home, he couldn't even give a citation. During the ride-along, the software was only able to generate one citation over a 2-hour period. The inspector explained to me that they could not give a citation unless the computer generates a violation number. I feel this was totally unacceptable, and how can an employee perform their job if they do not have adequate equipment? I spoke additionally to our city manager about this incident, and it's going to be looked into further, but I'd like to move to direct the city manager to investigate the issue with the Central Square software or similar software systems used by code enforcement and other departments that use the software to determine potential causes behind the inability of code enforcement and other departments to use the system at all during their times of work, and to bring back information on the September 25th study session regarding these causes and potential solutions. Councilmember Kim.
I'd like to second that.
I have a motion and second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion passes unanimously, 7 with 2 absences. Thank you. Moving on to reports. At this time, I would like to invite the city manager, Mr. Rogers, to give his weekly report.
Thank you, ma'am. First and foremost, we have a Metro District listening session scheduled for Saturday, August 26th, from 12:30 to 4:30. Community members are invited to share feedback about the Metro Districts in Commerce City during the session. This meeting will be held in council chambers here at the Civic Center. With respect to Public Works, a couple of projects are about to get underway. Colorado Boulevard improvements and the pedestrian improvement project between 68th and 70th Avenues will be out to bid this week. Bids are anticipated to be opened and evaluated in September to make a selection. Council approval will be needed given the contractual amount for both of those two projects. Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad, better known as BNSF, is planning to replace the track crossing at 96th Avenue at Highway 2. Work starts August 27th and will end by September 2nd. During that time, East 96th Avenue at the railroad tracks will be closed with detour signage on other routes for our residents. The community will start to see EMBs or electrical messaging boards be in place 72 hours in advance, notifying the public of the closure. And just as a friendly reminder, in May, the council approved the contract for the design of median improvements along Highway 2. The project is currently in the preliminary design phase. The scope includes several opportunities for public engagement during that design process. When we approach the public engagement milestones, the plan is to notify the community at least 2 weeks in advance of the meetings. Coming out of PRG, we have the Wild for Life Triathlon. Commerce City is holding its first Wild for Life Triathlon. The event will feature a 200-yard swim for those who can swim, a 12.7-mile bike ride, a 3.1-mile run. Early bird registration is open, and other information can be found at c3gov.com/TRI. And starting today, the annual shutdown of Bison Ridge Rec Center will occur through September 1st. So with that, please go enjoy and proffer our other Eagle Point Recreation Center in the core city. With PD, with regards to the shooting at Santiago's last week, PD has identified and interviewed the party that had fled the scene. The investigation is ongoing, but both shooters have been positively identified and charges will be forthcoming. And as you all know, we have, as of last Monday, recently hired a public information officer within the police department. Since that time, the individual, Ms. Small, has created our new CCPD Facebook page, and as of this morning, we had 224 followers. And with that, that ends my report.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Do any council members have any questions for the city manager? Councilmember Kim.
Mr. Rogers, thanks for the report. I have a couple of questions. So first off, regarding the Metro District meeting that's supposed to occur here, I think I saw the layout as far as what it's going to look like with residents and everybody else coming in. That layout, does that layout look like where our council will be on the dais and the rest of the staff or folks would be out there in the audience?
Yes, sir. So I would equate it to an ability for residents to come to the podium and have 5 minutes to be able to speak to the council that would be up on the dais.
Is there any chance we could change and so let me just back up here. So for myself, you know, as you may recall, when I was a citizen one time, right, standing up there on that podium, it can be somewhat intimidating for people to come up and actually discuss and talk. I just wonder, is it possible that we can potentially change that layout to be more in the crowd with the people, with everybody? Does that make sense? Like, is there a way that we can just break that down? Think about it. Maybe that might be a change. I don't know if IT or whoever else can be able to do something like that, but just a thought. I would rather not be, for lack of a better word, segregated essentially from everybody else.
I'm thinking for a moment, sir, on how best to think about how to approach that. Obviously, there's pros and cons to the direction that we take with that. I would say I need to best understand from council's perspective what you all as a body would like to see. That would help inform me and my team. Can it be accomplished? Yes. Are you going to get the same amount of individuals to be able to be in the chambers? Probably not, because there will have to be some level of setup for them to be able to comment. You know, so I think the first step I need is to understand what does the full body of council want to see pertaining to that setup for me to be able to accurately respond.
So my sole opinion on that would be is similar to, for example, the way you had your setup at Town Hall. I know exactly, like in my head, I know what that represented in some way, shape, or form from a Leadership 101 perspective. In my head, I look at that as more of a, hey, you know, this is we are one city, we are one community. Everyone is truly important and equal amongst each other. I understand we sit up on this dais every Monday and we have conversations going over passing through different laws and whatnot. I think with the fact that this is a hot topic, I'll say, I would rather just be, in my opinion, and that's fine, you can have it the way it is right here, but you can bet that I'll be sitting out there as well, just to hear everybody else, be able to talk to other people as well. But that's just me.
So can the council members individually email Mr. Rogers with the, and then I guess he'll get a consensus. Does that work for everyone?
Yeah, I believe so.
Or is that okay with you?
It would be best if you all could motion for a particular request to get the consensus.
Can I also offer a suggestion here?
Yeah, I see your hand up. Just a second, please.
Sorry.
Let's see if- Okay, Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we do audio and video testimonies? I know that CDPHE uses it in other forms, or even, I think even in complaints. So is there a way that we can take away those that are possibly even neurodivergent and be more encompassing about our diverse community to where others can't come up and speak in this way? So how can we include those that normally don't have a voice in that space, where we can use or break down digital divides here too? Because I do think that Councilmember Kim has a really good point about we're kind of being exclusive when it comes to the DIC that we're discussing so much about, and we can't really talk about communities without communities. So it's being mindful about how we're involving that, and audio and video. I mean, it's been used in so many other spaces that we could still have a time limit, but have something that we can hear communities, especially if there's a language barrier in that space too.
Okay, Our city clerk, Mr. Gibson, would like to say something.
If you don't mind, Mr. Rogers.
By all means, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. So I've been working very closely with John Bergeli and Travis Huntington, who's going to run this event on Saturday. It's my understanding that there will be our same translators here on Saturday for interpretation services. We have a Zoom link sent out advertising this, so there will be a Zoom and virtual testimony ability, as well as translation services. The reason why we want to use the podium is because it makes it easier whenever John's here. He'll be sitting in my position to run the timer to ensure that everybody's adhering to their 5 minutes for this position. It also allows him to control the AV equipment. So if you're setting up at the dais, you can see the Zoom information being presented, as well as the audience seeing the projector behind you all. So in terms of AV setup and trying to make this as accessible and easy to run as possible, that's why the initial setup has been to do the dais audience setup for this event. So I hope that helps provide why our initial setup is this way, but happy to take any other feedback or suggestions that you might have that John and I can work with before Saturday. But tentatively, in order to make sure that we can have the AV equipment, the Zoom setup, the timer, and everything like that, that's why we've chosen it to do this way right now. I hope that helps.
Can people send pre-recorded audio clips or videos?
I don't think we have instructions on how to do that. Right now, we're banking on a live virtual participation like what we do for virtual citizen communication. If anybody is interested in pre-recording, I'm happy to help try and facilitate how that happens, just making sure, right, we don't have anything, if we're broadcasting or recording, that's anything vulgar or suggestive being either shown on screen or said on video that might get us in trouble from our public Channel 8 broadcasting with the FCC. But if there are people that want to pre-record and there's no objection from the city manager, John Bergeli, in facilitating that, I'm happy to work with them on getting those played during the meeting if that's a desire of the full body. And Mr. Rogers is the one helping staff the event as well.
So did we need to have a motion for this?
No, I think, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. I think with the fact that with as far as how difficult it sounds like and challenging it's going to be for the city clerk and also folks that are involved, I get it. It's a challenge that it's hard to overcome, apparently is what it sounds like to me, but that's okay. I will drop it as is and leave it. The other two questions I had with regards to your report, one was regarding, you made an update regarding BNSF and also the 96 and Highway 2 railroad tracks being taken care of. I know last week or the week, my weeks are getting mixed together, but just wondering, have you had any other future contact with BNSF or Union Pacific with regards to their schedule and just in welcoming them in to a study session?
No, sir. It is still something on the to-do list with respect to everything else that we have as well going on. I would say what would be best, that would be beneficial to me is if council would like to have a conversation with our two largest railroad stakeholders, by what date you all would like for that to occur. Is that mid or end of October is where we're currently looking at our availability of study sessions.
That's fine. Yeah. End of October is fine. I think that's what we said originally anyways. My last question too is within the report, I think you mentioned something about charges. Can you elaborate that again? I'm sorry, you were kind of muffled.
That with PD, they have interviewed the party that fled the scene and that the investigation is ongoing, but both shooters have been positively identified and charges will be forthcoming.
Roger that. This regarding the Santiago's shooting, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. That's all I got. Thank you, Mayor Protem.
Councilmember Douglas.
So I also wanted to let you know that there were teachers at Adams City Middle School who were really upset that they didn't get notified of the shooting because they're only 4 blocks away from Santiago's, and it was at the time right before school was released. And if they could have gotten some kind of call or warning, they would have really appreciated it. They were very upset to not have been part of the equation. So if you could just keep them in mind in the future, any of the schools that are could be impacted, if that could be addressed, I'd really appreciate it. And then, Mr. Rogers, I went to your town hall, and I thought I heard you mention that you were going to take a trip to DC. Was that correct?
No, ma'am. I may have made, not for professional, but maybe for personal, to go visit family that I haven't seen in a while.
Gotcha.
Given that that's where I'm from.
Gotcha.
But it's not professionally related.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to ask what you were going to go for, and I was going to offer to go with you, so. Might still
go
do
with
that
me.
anyway.
You
Let's
can still
ask
go with me.
Emily. Let's
We
see.
make a heck of a cornbread,
We'll ask
so.
Emily and Steve. Okay, thank you so much. But my biggest concern was the kids at the schools and the teachers and their safety.
We'll make sure our communication tree's updated.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. At this time, I would like to invite the interim city attorney, Ms. Geiger, to give her weekly report.
I do not have anything exciting, or actually not exciting, to update you all this evening, but happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Do any council members have questions for the city attorney, interim city attorney? No? Okay, thank you. Moving on, let's see. Do any council members wish to make a report? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I wanted to make mention of the fact that I took State Representative Daphna Michelson-Janae on a tour of Commerce City last week, along with Dr. Renee Russo. We visited Suncor, Conoco, 2 propane plants, an asphalt plant, Sinclair on 96, which is actually in Henderson, but Henderson is Commerce City. I think that confuses people. Veolia, which accepts all of the hazardous toxic chemicals here and is right there in a beautiful industrial area between 96 and 104th. We also drove by landfills. We made a shocking drive by the DuPont Magellan pipeline site. That is actually in DuPont, which is not in Commerce City, but I think that is something that has to shock people all the time. It's completely surrounded by Commerce City, and DuPont Elementary is directly across the street from a giant pipeline company. pipeline. With actual oil coming through those pipelines and in storage tanks right by that school. We also went over to Colorado Boulevard and drove Colorado Boulevard and also at 72nd in Colorado, and I pointed out Brannon Ready Mix over there and the fact that there was going to be affordable housing. So this was the same tour that I asked the planning department to take me on when we had that opportunity. And I just wanted to share with State Representative Michelson Janae because she's new to this part of Commerce City. She had not had south of 88th, 96 before in her district. So I wanted her to be able to see that. And I know that she really appreciated the opportunity. So thank you to everyone who made that possible.
Are there any other council members wishing to make a report? At this time, then, I need a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Want to thank everyone for tonight. Blessings and have a good evening. Thank you.